All right, welcome everybody to the finals in the FAB Competitive Team League. This is Division 1 between the hometown TCG Ascent team and the Hyperloops. Today we are going to have 5 games back to back, so hopefully this is going to be an exciting evening. Right now I am joined by Joe Colin. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing all right. Do you know what the order of who we have playing?
Yes, it's in the description of the video on YouTube. Right now, we have a game between Quinn Wongkew and Chris Brummett. This will be followed by Cody Williams against Eaton Douglas, J Mags against John Wood, you against John Siadak, and CJ Monroe against Ian Carrico to end up the night.
Gotcha. Well, Dash versus Bolton wasn't something I'd be expecting to see here.
No, we did hear after the ban list a lot of people speculating that Dash might be back in the meta now. I guess we'll see how this brew, at least, ends up going against Bolton, a hero that may not be usually considered the top 2 or 3, but it still holds its own against a lot of these top tier decks.
Indeed. I don't know. Bolton's always been insanely scary because it's just like the transformational. Which version are you playing against? You have to play each of them very differently. Bolton seemed like it gained a lot of popularity through Jimmy Lee or Jimmy Life playing it, but we haven't seen a ton of success.
Yeah, I know some Boltons did end up winning Pro Quests. Haven't seen a lot of top 8 placements at any of the Calling or Battle Hardened events, though. Now, if you were running Bolton going into Dash, what would you be focusing on? Would you be doing a Raiden build with the one weapon aggressive, or would you be trying to combo off with the Sabers?
I don't know. That's kind of tough because let's think of it the other way. What do we expect Dash to be playing, right? Generally, you see Dash playing. She has like some air of control, and she tries to get items in. And that tends to be her main win condition. You don't normally see the raw aggro version, which was pretty much like the original chain. RFG half of my deck to get go again and swing, but you don't have like the free value that chain has. So I'd expect more of a control variant. If we're seeing a control variant, then I think I would rather be on combo. Um, because it's gonna make their stuff kind of weird. Like you're just building up and then you like try to go kill them. They don't have a ton of armor. So I think you would have got a lot of time trying to push and punish.
Yeah, well, it looks like Quinn did decide to go with Raiden, and Dash, we see a pretty common item out there. Induction chamber is a very popular first choice, being able to give the weapon go again. And
So we're
here
seeing
we,
a Bolton blade.
yeah, this is a full cost bolting blade, right?
Yep.
No
Draw
cards
7.
charged. And 7
No
damage,
charge.
not inconsiderable, but on turn 0, I feel like if you're not charging, what are you even doing?
Well, we see a maximum velocity, so that means he is actually likely going to play aggro here,
Hmm.
unless he just wanted it for a 3 block.
Yeah, very interesting all around. We have seen, thanks to some of the Everfest cards, Dash being rather effective in the Blitz meta, nothing like the Viserai that ended up taking Krakow by storm. But maybe we'll end up seeing some of those T-Bones, some of those new items that boost the damage coming in. All sorts of options available to a hero like Dash.
I don't know. I think we're actually going to see the aggression here, which becomes really interesting because with the aggression, Bolton has a better shot of just playing like block out.
Hmm. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Man, I hate those little marbles. This doesn't go. Give me little dice all day. I don't care what the number on the die is.
Yeah,
It's
though
like it's much. You can see it.
at least they made that red, but with the Steam counters, you're never really going to have more than one of them, so I think the counter is all right. What really,
Well, that being red is pre-red. It was like, oh,
yeah, the thing that always bothered me is I believe it was on the Vegas calling stream, people would be using dice to indicate Steam counters, and they wouldn't even have the number 1 face up. It'd be like a 4 or a 5 to indicate one Steam counter, just because the dice was on the card.
Yeah, realistically, for most of them, it doesn't matter. As soon as they played one that had 4 or 5 steam counters, though, that's when you really got to pay attention to it.
Hmm.
Well, we see a Tekla Foundry here. Flips over 2, so he goes up a resource. But
Yeah, Dash, I think you made a good comparison. Like Chain, putting cards into the banished zone in order to get the go again, get additional resources, that's really what the aggressive decks tend to do. And then the more items they get on the board, the more that they can power up that pistol for more and more shots.
yep, I think we're gonna see Quinn be sad that he didn't go for combo here because blocking and setting up is like the epitome of what the combo variant does. But technically here, he just has to outlive the opponent.
Yeah, it's not too big of a
Yeah,
difference, I think, between the defensive capabilities of the combo and the raid builds. It's mainly just what you do with your extra card at the end of the turn and the big payoff at the end. So if he does end up doing the block out, getting that dash down to no cards left, then the payoff will be that he can win either way.
yeah, that's where I'd actually disagree though. Where you're misrepresenting essentially the information is that if Dash decides to take a round off or just do a setup, the Raiden more or less isn't going to matter because you're not going to be able to swing for an adequate amount of damage. Um, but if you're playing combo, then the threat of combo at any point in time is very dangerous. You do have to take some damage to set up combos, but he could just wait for the off rounds to get those things going and then just try to go off with Lumina. Whereas like if we see Dash kind of decide to slow down and had items to build up, then yeah, it's going to be a problem for Bolton because Bolton can't block effectively and do crazy swings. He's much better on the tunic rounds when you're playing Raiden,
Hmm.
but
Yeah, and
he's just running through his deck. So
we see a lot of cards that normally you'd see saved for later being blocked with Illumina Ascension on top of the graveyard, Celestial Cataclysms you usually see showing up later in the game.
I don't personally like the sequencing that's being done here. Um, there, I don't know. I guess if he doesn't want to Tekla Foundry and dig any deeper, it's fine. But it's just like let's load the pistol and shoot, and then do these other things. And it really feels like you should just be doing the other thing first. Or like load a partial, but not necessarily shoot with the pistol. But I guess there's some concern maybe over flipping a non-mechanologist card.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any yet, but there is always that possibility, especially if they're running Tome of Fiendals or.
So we see an Express Lightning here with a Courageous Steel hand.
Yeah, that's a
So
yellow
I think,
one.
yep, but we're gonna see him probably give go again and then swing with Raiden. Yeah,
Yeah, so for all that blocking, it looks like the Bolton still was able to get in significantly more damage than Dash so far.
it was still 3 card usage. Still has no soul built up, but it's fine. So we'll see what happens here though. One maximum velocity is down though. Oh,
Yeah, here we have a high octane with the Teklo core. I feel like whenever I see those two cards on the board, I know I'm in for a busy turn.
world of hurt. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of poking and prodding with that pistol. Well,
Yeah,
we do have Dash already down to just 43 cards in deck. Um, so what's that? That's probably about. Let's see. If you mill 2 per round for about 7 rounds, and you draw 4, so 6. Yeah, probably about 7 rounds. This game should be over. Likely before that, but
yeah, we'll see. We got a lot of high damage coming in over here. We'll see if they end up getting to that mill if they're able to push over what Quinn will be
yeah.
able to block. So now, what do you think the likelihood of seeing many of either of these heroes in New Jersey is? Dash, not very popular, pre-ban at all. Bolton, popular, but as you mentioned, not necessarily pulling through to top eights.
Largely speaking, I wouldn't be concerned. Well, one second. We're seeing a Tomo Findo here to draw get a little bit of life and refresh because of the additional action. There was a short block here though on the over. Did he take the damage? I wasn't paying attention on the throttle.
Yeah, it looks like he went down from, I think he was at 39 down to 37.
Well, that wouldn't have been off of that, so he blocked for 5, not 4.
Oh, right.
So we have to block with a piece of equipment here, but you could technically just block with a Snapdragon Scaler.
Yeah, that was always my thing. Whenever I saw a T-Bone and I was playing a Starvo or something, I would just throw my Crown of Seeds in front of it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have Battle Worn or Temper.
Yep.
And that looks like exactly what Quinn decided to do. Just want to give a thank you to everybody watching. We've got like 14 concurrent viewers right now. Hopefully we're in for a fun evening. This is game 1 of 5, and the winner of these games will be the winner of the Competitive Team League Season 2. So, very exciting night.
We're at the third attack here. We're going to see one of two things. We're going to see pistols and or maximum velocity here. Well, looks like we're just seeing pistol shots. He reshoots the pistol again, takes another 2. Again, gives it go again.
Yeah, maximum velocity it's a fun payoff when you have it. It's difficult to do unless you have that high octane or the Tekla core going in, but you just have to have all those right cards to line it up and make it work. I've seen there's a local Dash player to me who says that more often than not, it's just a dead card sitting in Arsenal if he ever puts it there.
That can definitely happen, yes. I think it was mainly the fact that like the Tome of Findo gave extra cards to get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
He would have had the additional resources though, because he had played the 3, still had 2 cards left.
Yeah.
And he had access to Tekla Foundry, which he chose not to use. I'll be intrigued to see when he decides to crack the Goliath Gauntlet though. He had the option there to push the extra 2 damage with it, so...
Yeah, and the Bolton did end up using all of his cards to block, so at a certain point you know there's free damage coming in, basically. Equipment notwithstanding.
He took the 2.
He took the 2, but it looks like...
It looked like he took it twice, though. Was he at 26? I just don't know. Like, I'm watching the game and I'm not watching that much.
Yeah, he was at 26 beforehand.
Okay. So, Combustor Carrier comes in. If this doesn't get blocked, then the next boosted attack, this combat chain, is +3.
Yeah, this combat chain, so no using the Tekla Foundry Heart or anything, but he's got 2 resources open. In general, I would say this is probably the must block, because if you don't, it's 3 additional damage on top of everything going through. Similar to when Viserai has a Mauve Skies on something, it's just additional damage if you don't block it.
Yeah, Mauve Skies is much smaller, though. This is a red one. This is a red Mauve Skies.
Yeah.
Alright, we got equipment. We got a hand that Quinn wants to keep.
Mm-hmm.
Was he thinking the whole time about the boost? Or just forgot about it?
I don't know, but here we got a Command and Conquer.
We got a naked Command and Conquer.
No cards in Arsenal to destroy, but still 6 damage with no defense reactions.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty simple decision to just give up the hand there.
Alright, so 2 cards left. Let's see what Quinn is going to be able to do. Coming back at Dash. Now he's down to 24.
This might just be something simple like a Take Flight. Nope, just an E-Pot and an Arsenal. This Tunic has done nothing the entire game.
Yeah, normally Energy Pot is something that I associate with the combo build, but without those sabers, hopefully he'll be able to get some value out of it later on.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, what was he doing? What was he putting in his deck? I have a feeling he went into the match really not knowing what he was supposed to play here versus it.
Yeah, I think he was definitely had his mind set on pulling the combo up, expecting to be facing a Guardian or a Starvo or something.
Yeah.
In
I'm
the
not a big fan of blocking the pistol. Um, he has a full grip. We're likely going to see additional damage. Um, I'd have been more content just having the two come in. But I guess it's all based on whether you're trying to swing or not.
Yeah, Dash
32
still
cards.
has 32 cards left, so
Yeah.
several turns to go.
He has done at least a good job of not trying to overuse Foundry, because that just reduces your clock too much.
Yeah, that's definitely a trap that a lot of Dash players will fall into early on, just boosting Techno Foundry hard all the time, get those benefits, but then you find out that you've gone and decked yourself.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you see another T-Bone again. So here's the Snapdragon.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a Blizzard Battlefield Blitz this time.
Yeah, Battlefield Blitz, one of those cards that every time I see it, I get the song Ballroom Blitz stuck in my head, and I'm sorry for all the viewers who just heard me say that.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh. Well, I'll send you a link when we're done streaming. It's one of those songs I heard once or twice when I was young, and I've heard it a lot more since I started playing with Flesh and Blood and saw Bolton.
Oh, that's interesting. Is it like a really old song?
I don't know. Now I gotta look it up.
Showing that age.
Let's see. Ballroom Blitz 74,
Oh, yep, real old.
I think.
So we're not seeing
No,
any
I'm
action
sorry.
here.
Wait.
Oh.
I can't tell what year this is. It's either 92, 84, 74.
Could be all of them. It could have had like been redone.
Yeah, the Suite originally did it in 73. There we go.
We are now seeing a Teclo Pounder. This is scary.
Yeah, Teclo Pounder. This is one of the new ones from Everfest. A lot of the Blitz decks have been using this as their weapon to begin the game. Basically, an extra 6 damage across 3 turns.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have some of those cards with on-hit effects, then it's going to make it easier for those on-hit effects to get through.
Oh, we're seeing a V for Vendetta here. With a
Yep.
double charge.
V the Vanguard with 2 charges, I think, is really the best that you get out of Bolton. Normally, you want to have an extra card to play after it to get those benefits, but at least here it'll be 2 from this, and then probably, 2 extra from this for a total of 5, and then another 5 coming in from Raiden.
So this may sound. Oh no, he needed the extra pitch in order to. No. If he had kept the Battlefield Blitz, he would have been able to crack Potion, go V, charge the Engulfing Soul, then Battlefield Blitz into Raiden and have no soul left.
Yeah, it would have been a bit more damage that turn, and it looks like the Chris on Dash decided to just keep his whole hand.
Yeah, it would have been 6 additional damage.
All right, and here he is continuing to start with the pistol coming in before revealing any of his other cards. And that is drawing stuff out of Quinn's hand.
Well, that Courageous Deer only blocks 2, so it's a reasonable one there.
Yeah, that's at least as efficient as blocking what that gets.
Indeed. Dash hasn't gotten through much yet, but this Teclo Pounder is going to be a big one in a second. I'm always intrigued when you see like the plays start, but then there's like a brief pause. So this is for 8.
Yeah, throttle for 8. Actually, he didn't remove the Steam counter, so it looks like a missed trigger. Though I'm sure he's counting that in for more, or maybe not. Oh yeah, there they go. All right, let's see what he'll follow this up with. we have the Overblast. This is going to get +1, I think. So it'll be for 6.
Yep. +1. Plus X for each number of time you boosted this combat chain. He's boosted once, so.
Yep, just throttle.
Once again, we don't see usage of the Goliath Gauntlet. What is he waiting for that?
Yeah, there aren't... Maybe if he wants to get an on-hit with a Combustible Courier or something, but...
Definitely could be that. But, like, you have to throw it so early where it's tough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those things where you signal at the beginning of the combat chain, here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Maybe he's thinking about his rounds and how to best get in the damage now that his deck's so low, because he's got 4 in hand and 26 left in deck. Well, we get a load up again.
Mm-hmm.
And a shot.
Yeah, I guess he skipped the formality of adding and removing the steam counter from the pistol there. But he paid the resource. Alright, we got another Bolting Blade block.
Okay, I will be right back. I have to go do something real quick, sorry.
Alright, goodbye, Joe.
I know. I don't know. I feel like I'll be back before this game ends. It'll be like 14 health and like 7 cards less.
Alright, well that's your prediction. We'll find out what happens when you return. In the meantime, we do have the Bolting Blade over here blocking that Plasma Pistol. It's been an interesting game so far between Chris from Hometown TCG Ascent on Dash against Quinn from the Hyperloops on Bolton, the first game of 5 tonight. The Dash player has been playing the aggressive, and the Bolton player has been doing a more block-outy strategy, with more turns than not dumping his whole hand onto the field. Here we have the second induction chamber for Dash. Normally, when you start seeing 2 or 3 induction chambers, that's when that pistol just keeps swinging over and over again, and it starts to look like you're playing against a ninja. Being able to have pistols for 2, though, instead of Kodachis for 1. The Teklo Pounder still on the field, though. That makes when he does use a boosting attack, even more powerful, even more annoying. I would say that the Dash has built up a board presence that I would not want to be sitting against as Bolton, at least. We haven't actually seen much on the defense reaction side of things on the Bolton side. Normally, I think when you're playing as a Sabres build, you tend to have a few of those ready. I don't know what Quinn is doing right now with Raiden. But he does have, at his turn, 3 cards in hand, and we'll see how he decides to use them. Oh, looks like we actually have a judge call right now on the Discord, so we're probably going to have a bit of a nothing too much happening while the judge shows up and helps handle the question at hand. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the actual concern is right now that the judge is being called for. Obviously, the players are in a different voice room than I am, so I don't have access to their discussions as it should be. But in the meantime, we're just going to be sitting and waiting as the judge hopefully is able to show up and resolve their situation quickly. Just want to take this time while we're waiting for the judge call to thank all of you for watching. Hopefully we're able to get more stuff going on. And I'm told that apparently there was an extra card drawn, and there we have 5 cards over on Chris's side. So the judge will hopefully help resolve what I think might be a hidden card error, but I am not as keen on all of the details here. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like for now the player put the card back on top of the deck. The judge in the Discord is typing a response right now. I'm not sure. He says he'll be there in 1 minute. So, what are they doing now? Shuffling up the top 5. I guess the players themselves have chosen to resolve it in this manner. Probably a reasonable situation, though likely different from what you would get at a major tournament when a judge is more readily available and at hand. Anyway, the players, I believe, are going to be continuing the game. We see Tunic ticking up there, and the energy potion being used from Quinn. We were wondering when we'd see that show up, and this is going into a take flight. This is going to be 4. He charges a card, and it has a native go again. And that'll be bumped up or followed by a Lumina Ascension. And what this is going to do is let him attack with Raiden twice, basically, for 4 each instead of 3, using a card from Soul and Bolton's ability to give it that go again. All right, it looks like we are seeing a equipment block over here from the Teklo Foundry Heart, and we're finally seeing Dash use some cards from their hand for the blocking. Though if that's a block for 5, I don't know if Brave Force Bracers can be used because it requires a hit. Maybe I missed something over there. All right, well, against the second Raiden attack, we see 2 zipper hits blocking. So the Dash player really deciding to play conservative that round. Likely probably has a blue in hand or something, going to do a lot of swings with a pistol to really get the efficiency out of those items they have on the field. All right, we see the pistol coming in, the pistol being reloaded, the induction chamber giving the go again. So yeah, that's going to be coming in over and again. All right. Quinn ended up deciding to take some damage, go all the way down to 17, but keep those 3 cards in hand so that he could swing back, beginning with this Command and Conquer over here. Now, because he did not end up charging anything for the Command and Conquer, we're not going to see Bolton's ability allow him to give that go again, and the Snapdragon Scalers aren't going to give that go again either. So unless he has some sort of attack reaction, this is likely going to be all we see on the Bolton side for this turn. All right, yep, and that other card went right into Arsenal. We'll see what Dash is going to be doing over here with the 2 cards in hand after saving their Arsenal.
We didn't get to 14 like projected.
No, Joe, you missed it. There was a whole judge call fiasco.
What happened?
There was 5 cards drawn accidentally, and the players chose to resolve it because the judge was taking a bit of time.
Got you. What'd they do? The reveal your hand, pick one, and goes back top or bottom?
No, because it was TTS, they knew which one it was. They were able to just randomize that with the top 5 cards, and both players seemed to agree on that.
That's fair.
Yeah, and we're seeing now with the 2 induction chambers down, that pistol is the weapon du jour for Dash. 24 cards left in deck, trying to keep that as much as possible. Quinn on Bolton actually having 1 card fewer in deck than the Dash player. Something that I feel like we don't see very often.
Yeah, so what we should see here is Bolton should stop trying to stop the pistol more or less, and then push the damage in because he's only 6 behind. He can't block that pistol for forever. He'll eventually run out of cards and die. And V for the Vanguard is actually a hugely important one for actually winning the game. So I don't know what the hell this man's doing.
Yeah, I feel like with the Raid and Bolton, the turns that win are the turns when you pull that off and you have card in Arsenal and you have other cards and you can charge 2 and still swing with like 3 or 4 attacks.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, Quinn. What are you doing? He's literally giving up no cards to punch you. You need to set up your big round.
And now he's got... Chris has the second Teklo Pounder out here, so when he does play some of his Mechanologist attacks with boost, they're going to get +4.
Yeah, it's going to be ginormous. And so the thing was here is if he had took 4 damage, that V was going to be threatening massive amounts.
Yeah,
and
it
we
looks
get another
like
command.
Does have a Command and Conquer. This is his second turn in a row playing one of those. The first time Chris blocked it out. We'll see how much he values that Arsenal card right now. Really taking his time thinking up this block.
If he had kept the V, he would have pitched that, went V, could have charged what? Up to 2 cards there, and come in for 5, 5, 8.
He didn't even have to pitch this. He had the tunic up.
Well, the Command and Conquer at the end is what I'm saying. So he would still have to pitch the potion.
Yeah.
Even if he only has 1 light card, we're talking 4, 4, 7. The threat of it's massive. Okay, so...
Yeah, that was a maximum velocity that we saw. So that's the maximum velocity number 2, I believe, out for Dash. Still, though, having that pistol and both of those induction chambers on the field, I would say that even without maximum velocity, the ball is currently in Chris's court.
Definitely, he needs to take these pistol shots. If he had just pushed that extra damage there, he would have took 4, but then pushed 8 extra. He'd have a big advantage here.
Yeah, and here we are seeing the Combustible Courier. This one is boosted. It's going to get +4, so that's going to be coming in for 8. And if it hits, the next, what is that? Attack boosted on the chain. So not a pistol attack, but something else is going to end up getting +3. Looks like Quinn is choosing to block with just 6. So a few of that is going to leak over.
Yeah, you block with the 3rd card here. You don't... Because the extra 3 damage means that you were going to take a card up to block that anyway, so you might as well use the card now.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is more due to being unfamiliar with Bolton or Dash or what.
I don't know, but now we see a high-speed impact. This is getting the +3, so it's coming in for 7. And
Yep.
the on-hit dominate isn't likely going to be the biggest deal, considering there are no cards left in hand. But I guess that was almost an efficient use of the Soul Shield there.
Yeah. But the thing was, is if he had just blocked with a card and then Soul Shielded the first one, then that was only going to come in for 4. He would have taken no damage initially.
Right.
Instead, he ended up, leaking 3 damage total, and he would have ended up taking 1.
Yeah, the sequencing does matter in cases like these.
Always. The other big issue with Raiden is that those pistols are going to come for forever. He really needs to push aggression, and the tunic rounds are the important ones to do that with. I don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah,
Like,
Dash.
sure, you obviously in that round can't sit there taking all that damage, but I mean, that previous round, that was his chance.
Yeah, the Dash player still has one more card in deck. So it's not like they're running out anytime soon. Not with that pistol. And here we're seeing, another high octane, so...
This is going to be the round that pretty much ends the game.
Yeah, especially if he's able to see that third maximum velocity.
Well, I don't think you need to see the maximum velocity. You probably don't want to, actually, here. The thing that's most important is that with the 4-card hand, he can likely throw 2, if not 3 of them, and funnel the rest into pistol shots. So it'll drop him down into range, where he then has to block the pistol shots. And if you're sitting there blocking pistol shots at that point, it's largely problematic, because the Raiden can't swing back without actually using up a card and a charge. So you always have to use a bare minimum of 2 cards, and it's likely 3 to try to push damage. So as soon as you have to start blocking those pistols, even if all he has left is a couple blues, you'll eventually die.
Yeah, here we have Zipper hit for 7, thanks to the 2 Teklo Pounders. And it looks like Quinn is only blocking 3 of that.
I'm interested to see what ends up being the end result of this round. Like, it's got to be more than like 4 pistol shots. Okay, so he used one up to play that, which in and of itself is really odd sequencing if you think about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Done that
Why do that now when you can do it later?
probably so he just doesn't mess it up. Gives it going again. He'll have to pitch another card to load these all up, which is likely his plan here.
Yeah.
Coming with 2 shot booster and then Arsenal card.
He's probably on his second cycle right now, so that's going to be a lot of blue cards available.
Yeah. So it was load up pistol, shoot, load up the other thing. He's going to give it go again. Reload pistol. Then 1 more shot.
All right, so it looks like he'll still have the 1 card left at the end of the turn. Quinn down to 4. But he kept 4 cards.
Yes, but I don't... Throwing 17 here is going to be pretty tough. We'd have to see, like, Tunic for V, and then, like, swings.
Yeah, and that is not the high power turn starter we were expecting. Or hoping for, I should say.
We can see a Cataclysm.
Yeah, right now 3 cards in Soul. And I don't know if we've seen too many of those block. I remember the one from earlier.
Could also be like pitch bolted, not a rate. That 7 cost, or the 4 cost one that deals 7, but like that's arguably terrible. Oh, this should have been Raiden, not this thing.
Oh, he
He
could
can't.
still.
No, he'd have to snap it though. Whereas the Raiden, he could just give it go again.
Right, only with a block.
Yeah,
It was
what
good
we're
to go
likely
again.
going to see here is Cataclysm into the Raiden swing. He's going to snap it here, I think.
Yeah, Chris deciding whether or not to block this one. That on hit into Soul could be
Well,
significant.
The issue with blocking here is that most of Dash's attack, like cards are attacks. So a single would reduce the damage, but it would still get the pump, and then he could actually give it +1. I mean, he could give it go again. And it would still go to Soul after.
Yeah, the only
Dash-
thing at risk
Dash
then are the
very,
boots.
very low. Well, yeah, non-attack actions. What happened?
Oh no, I was just saying it's a consideration between the boots. And it looks like
No, his boots don't block. Or do you mean broke snapshot?
to get them out of the way. Looks like
Yeah, it blocked became 4 because it became 4 heat.
but Spark of Genius is not an attack action.
Oh, you're right. You're right. He had one. He had a non-attack.
Yeah, so then we see the boots coming in, Raiden coming in, and that Celestial Cataclysm not available.
Well, this is where the pain starts.
I think the
gonna be-
pain may have already started a few turns ago.
That- here. He doesn't think he goes 3 rounds. He could take the 2 or block with the tunic. I likely just take the 2 here.
Yeah, the only way Dash gets something dominated is usually if you let in that other on-hit effect that you know about.
Yeah. Alright, what are we gonna see here? We're gonna see something Tekla Pounder? Will we see a reload and just a third pistol shot? Threatening a card from hand? Seems unlikely.
No, with 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal, you also, the Tekla Pounder there, there's so much that the Dash player can do.
Could be an item, though.
There could be an item, but out of 3 cards,
Well, one for the pitch, reload this, like, loads up the stuff, and then items.
mm-hmm. Yeah, here we go. It's 0 to 60 red, coming in for 6, thanks to the Tekla Pounder.
Yep. We like to see the pistol shot after here. He wants to take the last card. Oh.
Ooh, an Overblast.
It's a tiny one, though.
It is, but it's
Still 4? Yeah.
4 damage. Quinn
Do
has
we
1
have a-
card in hand and Tunic.
Do we have a defense reaction? Nope. Goes to 1. Well,
And we'll see if that Arsenal card is anything useful. Looks like not.
pistols for days.
Yeah, I can't see Quinn finding a way out of this turn.
No. Even dinky shots would end his world. He only has 5 cards left.
Yeah. So the pistols come in twice, taking 2 cards out of hand.
Yep. We should theoretically just see some card that just pushes with boost, so then he can reload the stuff and then shoot again with the pistol to take the last 2 cards, and then he just repeats that again, and then the game ends because he's only got 5 left.
Yeah, all these boosted attacks. More cards in the Dash players deck right now than the Bolton players.
Yeah. It's literally just because he was incapable of threatening.
I think that turn we saw him block with the V of the Vanguard, that was the turn that could have turned it around.
Yep. There was that, and then there was him not doing the V for Vanguard properly. Crack the E-Pot to go V, then Battlefield Blitz, and then swing with the weapon.
Yeah, we've seen, I think, Quinn play Bolton earlier in the league, but that was on the Sabres build, not the Raiden build.
Yeah, he's also just a noob on Bolton.
All right, Throttle here coming in for 4, taking the Tunic and a card from hand.
Yep.
If Dash can put 4 damage out, that'll be game.
Doesn't even have to put 4. Bang.
Nope, 0 for 60 for 2, and
They
then...
put that Cataclysm.
Yeah. Pistol for the win. Yep.
Yep. And it's over.
All right. Well, there we have game 1 going to Chris on the team Hometown TCG Ascent. Let's see if the second game is going to be able to use the same room. Hopefully they are.
Nope.
Nope. They closed the lobby.
Got kicked.
All right. Well, let's see if we can get ourselves into that game 2 before it starts.
Well, it's Cody versus Easton, and Cody's still in the Loops voice channel, so fully muted.
Yeah, they're
Maybe
probably
it's
getting a bit of YouTube delay, and then they'll see the game ended, and they'll go and start theirs. All right, so a lot of players know Cody Williams. Very well known for his performance with Chain at Nationals, at the Calling Indy, at the Battle Heart, and just last weekend. Do you know anything about Easton Douglas?
Unfortunately, I do not. I'm very bad at researching people.
All right, well then, let's hope we have a fun game over here as soon as we get access to the room and they begin.
Well, Cody did move, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Did
sent
you,
him a message
get
on
back-
Discord.
I just pop over there and ask.
Sure. All right, I'm just gonna turn off the stream so that you don't see the path. All right.
He just sent it over to me, by the way. I think he sent it to you, but didn't send it to me.
Oh, okay. I will send it to you in Discord.
Take it.
All right, trying to keep the Hyperloops on the right over there. We have Manton, Cody Williams against Tealwater or Eaton Douglas from Hometown TCG Ascent. This is going to be the second game going on with the finals of Season 2, Division 1. Let's see what heroes they end up bringing in as soon as they load those.
So someone else supposed to be joining us at some point?
You
I
know,
see a third person.
I
Fifth
really
person.
hope so. I put out an ask for the Hyperloops. They all seem to be very focused on their testing for New Jersey. No one wants to commentate. And I think the hometown TCG Ascent people are actually doing their own recording of this. So I'm not sure if we're going to be having them in our stream tonight.
Nope, that's fine. Fair enough.
Yeah, here we have a very meta match right now, I would say. Oldhim, Grandfather of Eternity, definitely one of those heroes that we didn't see as much of until the bans showed up, but there is speculation that he'll be making much more of an appearance in New Jersey against Bravo Star of the Show, a hero that has not yet reached Living Legend status.
Well, I find one thing, if not others, very unfortunate about this. It means this game's going to take forever.
Yeah, well, this is game 2. It was scheduled to start at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Right now it's 7:22, so either the players are going to play quickly or we're going to be behind for the rest of the night.
We're staying behind the rest of the night. That 18 is...
That is
he's
a
just
perfect
wasting
roll.
I foresee no Starvo abilities the entire game after wasting all of the luck on 18.
Yeah. Why draw 6s when you could draw elements of different colors?
Yeah. All right, so if you had to put it out there, who do you think wins this match?
You know, in my experience, this was before the bans, of course. As Bravo Star of the Show, I did not see Oldhim as a threat. Basically, when you can get dominated attacks in, they can block all they want, but it's not really enough.
I agree. The big thing here is that Bravo Star of the Show gets that, dominate +2 thing going on several attacks per game, and then on a second cycle you can just kind of cycle straight through that for the entire rest. Whereas normally in these matches you're looking at like blocking and trying to survive, and then waiting for the opponent to lose tempo, and then once they've lost tempo, you go and you push.
Yeah, and it looks like here we are actually joined by CJ Monroe from the Hyperloops. He'll be playing his game later tonight, but for the meantime, he can help us commentate right now. How are you doing, CJ?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right. Well. Nah, we just know you're not playing till 10, and I'm not playing till 9.
Oh, well, you guys are just gonna win, right? So
no, we're already down 1.
I did see that.
Yes.
Bummy
ass Void being a bum.
CJ, I just sent you the room so that you can get all of the live footage and don't have the stream delay for commentating.
Yep, on my way.
I can technically stream to this room.
Whatever's easiest.
Yeah, that's fine. That's probably better than going in and pretending
messing things up. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we have an Endless Winter coming in. Endless Winter, one of those cards that basically means no matter how you block, your turn is diminished. You either let it through, and then your abilities, such as swinging your weapon, hurt more, Crown of Seeds, or you don't block, and you get some Frostbites.
Where's the light? Here we go. The thing is that he doesn't have as many activated abilities. So generally it's like, okay, if you're going to Crown of Seeds or do any of that stuff, he would have to like remove a tunic counter. He can't. It's for Starvo, it's really just swinging with your hammer would cost 1. So like he could tank this entire hit and pretty much not bat an eye.
Yeah, Endless Winter definitely more effective against heroes like Chain or like Prism that might use their ability on their turn as an activated ability.
I guess it just depends, right? What Mayton's strategy is going to be. If he's playing more like casino build or a more tanky build, right?
Yeah, well, he did take all that damage, and he is presenting the Bravo fuse with Pulse and the Lightning Surge right there. So what we end up having is an Evergreen for 3 and no Frostbites in sight. Sorry, an Evergreen costing 3, coming in for 9 with Dominate and Go again. This is that Dominate that really tricks up the Oldhim.
Yeah, I think we're seeing right now why Starvo's replaced Oldhim in the meta for the most part, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
before the bans at least, it was indisputed. I have a feeling though that in New Jersey, we're probably going to end up seeing some Starvos just because of the amount of anticipation we have at Chain coming in. See a lot of people talking about Chain.
There's an interesting here too with this Evergreen, because it's going to go on the bottom. It sets up the pitch stack. So if we track that, we're seeing what, lightning, earth, lightning right now.
That's a great point, Joe. And it not only comes with a dominate attack, but also helps against the fatigue plan and sets up that second cycle.
So we get a block here, which is kind of expected. We're probably going to see a lot of defense reactions in this match. Why is that Endless Winner still there?
It's up there just to indicate that the ability is active.
Ah, fair enough. So we do get an ice pitch here, meaning that we can see a proper stack.
Yeah, and this is coming into Entangle. Definitely a card we didn't see a lot pre-ban. And it looks like... did he get the Fuge here? The Fuse?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's going to be blocked for 6, 1 damage leaking over.
Yep. And as Joe stated, that's a Earth Ice card, right? And he pitched a Lightning before.
Yep.
Mhm.
So,
We're going to see him stack that exactly like that. Yep. Wait. No, don't do
Yep.
it wrong.
Well, no, this way the Lightning would go
Yeah.
against the previous one, right? It flips
Yeah,
them.
well, it goes lightning, earth, ice, lightning. So then, no matter where he draws there, as long as he's getting any set of 3 of the 4, then he's gonna have the fuse. Because his lightning has a first and fourth card. And even if he gets like the back 2, like he still has it because of pulse.
Yep, looks like he is
Ooh.
trying to set up for his hand. Maybe he didn't have what he needed for the casino there. Crippling Crush also going to show up right after that stacked Fuse.
Well, depending on how he sets it up, he's gonna get it with it. And they are all blues. So then we can see some disgusting crippling off of Tunic into a Frost that's gonna be bananas.
Yep. Right now, just a normal Entangle Fused. 7, -2 for the next attack on hit.
But this does weaken the whole stack here. He didn't have the stuff he needed. But that's fine. I think if you smash Plum with the crippling, you'll move on with life and be excited. As long as he gets an ice card as his next one, he technically continues with it. It's just it's a very awkward spot.
Yeah, so in a game like this where you're up against an Oldhim, it's almost more important to have your pitch stack ordered properly than to be effective during these initial turns.
yep. The good news is, though, he can Arsenal an Ice card, right? And just crown it.
Indeed. We actually don't know what he crowned to the bottom when he pitched the crippling to begin with, to be honest.
Oh, great point. That could also have been a nice card.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the fun is hiding cards via that Arsenal zone.
Well, actually, if he had fused the Entangle, then it should be an Earth card.
The first Entangle or the second one?
Last
the first
turn.
one.
Yeah, it was fused.
Correct, and that was his last card, so that went into the Arsenal.
Oh, yep. So it was an Earth card.
Yep.
All right,
We
here
get
we
both
see.
an Ice and Earth react.
Yeah, the dual reaction.
He blocked it all. At what cost, though?
Yeah, it looks like we have pummels in on the Oldhim player's side, so
Yeah, is that a blue pummel? Is that you? I don't. That's not usual in Oldhim, is it? Blue pummel?
It would make sense to run it at times if you're trying to afford expensive things. And you just care about the discard. But if you see blue pummels, there's probably like
Oh, there's red for
yeah,
sure.
at least yellow. It depends on what's going on.
Hmm.
Because we're seeing big attacks that are blue. We've seen Thunderquake there and whatnot.
No, it's a good question here, mate. We're talking non-frosty hammer here, right? So
Correct. Warm hammer.
4 damage. It's gonna depend on what's in his hand, but
Yeah,
really
Cody
not very
really
threatening.
trying to
Yeah, I think
figure
he's
out.
decided how to take 2 here.
Hmm. Yeah, especially if he was gonna crown of seeds anyway, right?
Correct.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so
It's warm,
using Icy Encounter has 2 block, but instead of getting rid of it, he pitched it. Got the 2 defense anyway.
Well, that's how that always happens. It's always pitch a blue or a yellow
Yep.
to block 2. You don't lose any cards. The differential just was like, he likely didn't have the fuse, and it was just whether he wanted to put an additional card towards it or not.
All right, and it looks like we're seeing a lot of Earth cards over there. There was a nice card in the middle of the pitch, but here we have a Break Ground coming in for 7 from hand.
Really wish we could put these on 2x speed. Players.
This game especially.
That's the one thing about live streams.
No 2x.
We could just play the Crown of Seeds drinking game, right? So every time someone Crown of Seeds, take a drink.
I don't know if I could do that with
We would
3
die.
games after this.
We wouldn't even survive. Our blood alcohol content would be way above.
Yeah, that's very true.
And they're both playing Crown of Seeds.
Just every turn, 2 times.
Ugh.
Yeah, interesting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the old him defense reaction, because it's a hero ability, you can still use it after blocking on a dominated attack, right?
Yeah, it's not a card.
Yeah, it just prevents damage, right?
Yeah.
From what I understand.
Yeah. So then even if
Defense reaction just means it's the timing of it. If that was like an exude confidence though, and it wasn't blocked by a big enough attack, then he wouldn't be able to.
right, but I'm just thinking even if there is a big dominated attack going in, we got Crown of Seeds, Rampart, and potentially 2 damage from old him. All 4 of those prevented. Here we are seeing the second Starvo fuse coming in with an
Ooh.
Oak and Old for 11, dominate, and go again. This is just the play that wins games for Starvo.
Old man. Yeah, the old man slapping the old man. It's great.
So the big thing about what you were talking about with like doing Rampart, Crown of Seeds, and then Earth reacting, that's how Oldhim would win like the fatigue matches versus OG Bravo, because you'd be able to limit so much damage coming in without actually giving up a physical card out of your deck. So like you would hammer, and OG Bravo would have to take 2 cards to stop it. Whereas you used up 1 card, you would technically have used 3 from your hand, but only 1 card from the deck. So it's just an inevitability. As long as Cody swings with ice hammers, whether they're warm or cold, you could like the Oldhim could technically continue to block that at all times without ever giving up a card, whereas Starvo can't.
Yep, that's a good point. It depends on his build too, right? How much earth he actually has in the build. Because historically, well, in the last month anyway, it was mostly ice, right?
Correct. Well, we did see red and blue evergreens, and that kind of changes things a bit.
Mm-hmm.
We saw red break grounds as well, so there's likely a hefty amount of earth here. We're gonna see a big staunch. That's what I think.
Yep. How much is he pitching for that?
No, he ice reacts with it to
Okay.
get to the full 11.
Or Earth reacts. Yeah.
Oh yeah, earth
7,
reacts, sorry.
8, 9, 10, 11, and then taking A damage out of that.
Yeah, this means we will not be seeing the winter whale swing back here. It's kind of interesting when you think about it, because Cody's at 26. He's down 11 life. And he's actually swung more.
Yeah, the difference is that Cody hasn't blocked.
Correct. Blocking's for scrubs. We
Yeah,
can
but I mean,
change.
you said it before too, Joe. If we look at these pitch stacks, I like Cody's much more as we get to that end game, right?
Correct. It starts becoming pretty disgusting. More or less, I was alluding to the fact that like that frostbite stopping the
Mm-hmm.
winds as well from coming in was pretty important.
Yep. Yeah, it's basically blocking.
Yes.
That's,
Well, we see an Okanold at the bottom now. That's a little different than I expected.
Saving it for later, for the chance
Yeah.
of getting that casino Yahtzee now.
I was also curious, did we see a Soarth from Cody at all at any point? I don't think
not
we
from
did.
Cody, but we have seen him from Oldham.
Yes. Oh, yuck. Icy Hammer.
Yep, just
Yeah,
the
his
hammer
hand-
coming in.
I was wondering that when he didn't use the tunic to use the crown of seeds, right? That his hand must not have been great.
I'm assuming it's a bunch of blues. But we could be seeing a blink here into like a 3-cost attack. I don't really think that'll occur. But it could happen.
It would be nice if he had it because I mean, I know Oldham doesn't have the strongest returns, but with a 5-card hand for sure, and he didn't block at all.
Yeah, now we saw some pummels coming in on the Oldham side. Do you think post-ban Starvo is going to be running pummels into this meta?
Not likely, just because Starvo has his own version of Pummel, which is pretty much trying to do his ability with the actual discard effects, right? Whereas Oldham kind of needed them to force damage through. Well,
Yeah, here we have his Okanold not fused. So that is
naked
7.
Okanold with Pummel? This is likely naked Okanold with a Pummel.
yeah, 2 resources floating.
I think
It would have to be.
I think you have to be fine giving tempo back to Oldham here for a round.
As in blocking it out here.
Yes. And then even if he pummels, you're like, this is fine. And then you just go back and you arsenal a card.
Especially because of the chance of him having a swing back that powerful again is low. Right.
Yeah. But I guess it is based on what his hand is. How many 2s and 3s he has versus thing. Because like if he puts 2 cards here with it, it's like, okay, this is fine. You lose one, you take the stuff back. I guess I'm not opposed to like a single block here with a Rampart either. And then if you do get pummeled, you like lose 1 card, Icy Hammer back in Arsenal, but
Yeah, we do see the pummel. Looks like Cody didn't block. Does he have a defense reaction? Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
and if he makes that 10, then it's 11 with the Crown of Seeds fully blocked.
All right, well, there
Yep.
we have it.
And that was a Lightning Earth Ice card pitched for it.
Beautiful.
Yep, doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, just showing us off again, just so that the viewers can see as he reorders.
As he checks himself. Second cycle. For chain players, second cycle is when we have 2 turns left. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Cody very well known for playing Chain, but Starvo, second cycle still applies.
It does. We're so used to paying attention to our stack for chain that it's not too hard to take those into consideration with Starvo. It's just that, like, remembering a bunch of stuff is the hard part. Well, Held is equalized a bit here. Oldham still has the tempo advantage, but
Yeah, we'll see if Oldham can continue to come in with these high attack cards. Looks like we got a Righteous Cleansing.
fine.
This is a fun one. Crush
What does that
ability.
even do?
Yeah, so
So Righteous-
I'll read it out loud. If it deals 4 or more damage to a hero, you look at the top 5 cards of their deck. You can banish basically 1 or more of them that have the same name, and then you put the rest on top in any order. So if it hits with the Crush effect, and he sees something like an Okanold or maybe two Crippling Crush, he can banish them.
Yep.
At the same time, it's also just a 10 power attack for 7 resources, and the 10 damage is not inconsiderable.
Well, one of the big things there with that too is that when you see the top 5, not only can you just RFG like a bad card, you can try to mess up the ability to casino there.
Yeah, and Cody jumping in 3, 6, 9, 10 or no, 7, 8. Yeah, that was only a 2, or that was only 1 on Rampart. Yeah, so only taking 2 damage, choosing to keep the integrity of his deck.
He only took 2 damage, and again, Oldham pitched a bunch of bad cards at the bottom of his deck, right? A bunch of blues.
But that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I just think that's a pretty big advantage Cody has, right? Where his second cycle is going to be much more powerful.
Yeah, but my concern would be the tempo here right now more than the second cycle. This tempo advantage could be pretty large, but it's been getting blocked off because things aren't coming in with Dominate.
Yep.
So this was a warm hammer, meaning we're not going to see Frostbites or anything messing up this round. We could be seeing another big attack here with a pummel. Oh, just a knee strike. 0-5 go again.
Going wide.
For a second, I thought he was going to draw the way his hand moved. I was like, oh, don't do it.
Yeah, Tabletop Simulator, it's so easy to accidentally hit the wrong button and cause a violation.
Well, we're seeing a lightning get pitched here, and it's a 3 block, meaning he must be pretty confident in what his hand is. Because if he was going to block with actual cards, then the Heavenly Claws is definitely one of the ones you normally would consider blocking with. But we see a full block on it. What is the follow-up?
Looks like just an Icy Encounter coming in.
He just didn't want to keep that in his hand, I guess, because going with
Was
that, the hammer is the same.
Yeah,
well, no, this is a red one, so it's coming in for 6.
Oh, 6. Okay. Sorry.
We've never seen a red Icy Encounter before.
Not unless it was draft. Sealed. Staunched. And pummel.
Oof.
Got him. And he loses the last card. Where this means Crown of Seas is shut off for a round. Can he take advantage of this? That is the question.
We see 47, 48, 49 cards left in Cody's deck, so still a bit away from that second cycle showing up.
How many cards do you think went under there so far?
How many turns has it been?
At least 15.
Good luck counting.
My guess would be about 15. He's pitched 3 a lot.
He did pitch 3 a lot. I think 15 sounds reasonable. Oh, we see an endless winner.
Yeah, this is number 2 fused. And we do see that nice Fabled pitched over there. Not necessarily included in too many decks, but definitely one of the potentially more useful Fabled cards.
I feel like we're going to see like a triple block here and then an arsenal and move on with life.
Yeah, the only way we don't see that is if he has the Starbow, right?
Yep. Oh, he's taking it all.
Oh, he's got it, yes.
Down to 14 against 29. No card in Arsenal.
So, the only thing I hope is he doesn't need to use the Tunic counter, because it would create a Frostbite. Meaning it would just be wasted.
Yep. Cody looks like he has multiple potential cards to reveal, choosing the Channel Lake Frigid and the Pulse of Candlehold over there. Let's see what attack he follows that up with. This can be the risk sometimes. You've got the Bravo Fuse, you want to lay it on the table, but if you don't have a nice attack to follow it up, it's almost not worth the reveal.
Yeah, I feel like this should have been thought about before when he chose not to block, right? Oh, crippling?
It is a crippling crush. Well, that's definitely worth fusing for. We got 13, dominate, go again, and if 4 or more hit, it's a 2-card discard.
He definitely wanted to be able to use the tunic, and I think he had miscounted that there.
I think you're right, Joe, but I think it's still pretty solid. We've seen what, 2 staunch responses so far from the Oldham player.
I have absolutely no idea. But any of the big defense reactions here, because it's coming in for 13, he needs to get to 9. He only has 2 blocks so far. If we consider it with an Earth defense reaction from Oldham, that's at 4. He would then only need to block 6, which is very doable with things like Turn Timber and whatnot. But Turn Timber by itself would have been 8 if he had the Earth react anyways.
Yeah, we'll see.
So it really does boil down to having a 2-cost defense reaction in hand, and or Earth react.
Yep, more than likely he's running Turn Timber. We have not seen any yet.
Now, I missed it. Did he forget to use a resource over here for the crown and the rampart? I see number 2 on that dice still.
Yes, that should be a 1.
Paid for it yet. Gets him to 7.
Yeah.
Still not enough.
Yeah, with 13 coming in, you gotta block 9.
Yeah, he'd have to give up Tunic and this other card. I don't think he counted well.
That's 8. That's 9 right there.
Yeah, but
Everybody has a block 10, right? It's going
Yeah.
to 14.
and the Earth react. Okay, there we go. Takes 2.
Well, it didn't deal as much damage as it could have, but it did get all of that equipment hit.
Yeah, getting the equipment's pretty big for sure.
Indeed. So, we're going to see a hammer back here. Ice is the question. But 4 damage at this point does that up. Oh, no, we just see
wow.
another. We see the 3rd Endless Winter. Holy.
So this one is not fused, meaning that when it's blocked, it doesn't generate frostbites, but it still has the on-hit effect.
Mm-hmm. Game's so slow. It's so hard to keep talking. So hard.
Well, that's why we've got 3 of us in for this one.
Is there anyone in chat? We got any questions coming up?
We have Yangji talking about how the frostbite from the last Endless Winter turn prevented the tunic use.
Yep.
Yep,
That's
blocking that out makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Here's your tempo back. I'll eventually get to my stack. Then I'll get you.
Yeah, during this time, just thanking everyone for watching. We got 15 viewers right now. Make sure that you've subscribed to the channel if you want to see more content. We'll try and put some more stuff out even after the league is over. Here we have 2 yellow staunches pitched to pay for an Oakenold.
That's Oakenold 2.
It's not fused, but I think there's a pummel hiding behind it.
Right, the tunic is live, and there's 1 resource floating. So that could pay for a pummel of any color.
Yep.
We know he's running blues.
Is this a yellow evergreen?
In
yellow.
the pitch zone, that is a yellow evergreen. Yeah, players have really had to fill in the void left by Autumn's Touch.
Well, At least we know there's triple color staunches. So right now he'd be situated to take 5. I wonder if he's wondering if it's a bigger plunder. Bigger pummel or smaller.
Especially because we saw the blue earlier.
Yeah. He's not going to put the rampart there. Keep the 2. This would let him staunch and pitch 2 blues. The main dilemma here is that that teal doesn't have to pummel right away, because without the rampart block, it's just too much damage. Like there's 6 coming, so he could just be like, yeah, I'll just arsenal this for a subsequent round. If you're gonna take 6, so let's say he passes, then it's like, okay, let's say if he staunches back, you then have to question whether to put the extra or not. If you don't put the extra, then the pummel coming after still gets you, but it's a minimal amount of damage. Whereas if you put the extra, the pummel goes in the arsenal and you have to deal with it later. So.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot. He could not even have the pummel, right? It's not like he chose not to block last turn. Cody didn't have a turn, so we have no idea.
I think this is fine with the 1 float. I'd probably consider putting the rampart. But I think if he blocks, he's gonna just remove Tunic and use that 1. So that's the base threat.
Yeah, then he'll still have a card to put in arsenal and swing with the hammer.
And he'll be big enough to actually block the pummel, because you're only coming in for 7 here. He's blocking 4, so it's a 3 differential. Oh, it was a turn timber.
Fused, just for kicks.
That's just in case the pummel red was real.
Yeah. All right, so that red evergreen's going to go in arsenal, and the hammer will be frosty.
Stay frosty, my Seki. Oh man, 7:53. I think we can hope the game ends in 7 minutes, but we know it's not happening.
Yeah, I'll play at midnight.
I'm before you.
Yeah, just a reminder for everyone interested. After this game, we have Jonathan Magnuson against John Wood, followed by Joe here against John Siadak, and then finally CJ here against Ian. So 3 games after this.
Oh man, Andy, his last name's Magnuson.
Magnuson? Am I just that bad?
I like Magnuson way better.
You know what? I missed the N. Without the N.
Magnuson's so good. Goose in its life.
All right.
It's okay. Easton Douglas, you called him Eaton Douglas, and I was like, I'm just gonna pretend that didn't happen. But the Magnus one was so good.
Well, there's a reason we call him J Mags.
Yeah.
It's because I can't read.
So that is the 3rd Oakenold.
Yeah, and this one is not fused, so the threat almost removed. Though we did see those. Does So Earth potentially bring those back?
Yeah. I feel like I've seen 8 million Oakenolds unfused. There was always pummel in the back. It's just like.
And there still could be here. He's got 2 floating.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know the card he put in Arsenal isn't still in Arsenal, but we don't know what he's got in hand. Also, I'd like to issue a formal apology to anyone whose name I've ever said.
I love the part there. It wasn't even said wrong. Is there any name you've ever said?
That's right.
I've said your name. I'm sorry. What? So good. So good. It's okay. Chris's last name, I think, is Brummett.
All right, well, you heard it from Joe first. We'll see if I can remember what he's got. Anyway, we're seeing a sink below over here. It's interesting, even though these things aren't fused, with 13 life, every damage is really starting to matter against Cody.
Yep, doesn't care. Here's a turn timber. Screw your pummel.
I mean, he's getting used to the defense reactions,
Yeah.
which is good to see.
He will hit now second cycle eventually. He's just gonna have to take damage when that starts.
Well, here's the thing: there's 3 Oakenolds gone, 3 Endless Winters gone.
Yeah, but
We-
he still has damage. We've seen thunderquakes.
Well, the damage isn't as relevant as like dominate that could come in, because you could block with the whole hand. The big part's gonna be is that he needs him to take a round off or something light, so that he can tank the damage minimally and then start casinoing.
Also, one of my locals has noted in chat that apparently I always say their name wrong too. I'm not even going to try, but I appreciate the notice.
It's glorious. Oh, it's a hammer.
This could be the turn you were talking about, Joe.
It's go time.
It's not Frosty.
It's not Frosty, yeah.
Now, what's the worst that happens? 2 red pummels makes that up to 12 damage, so it's not lethal.
2 red pummels would require a lot here for sure, but I mean that might be the worst.
It'd be all 4 cards, whereas if it was like next round and he had the tunic up, it'd just be a single. So
Yeah, all 4 cards, no arsenal going in after just a hammer. You're probably not feeling terrible about that.
Yeah. Ooh, this is interesting. Yep. So we do see the pummel. I think we're gonna see a defense reaction here. That's why he chose not to crown, because he's got like an evergreen.
Yeah, just a normal sink below.
Yep.
Still
I think there's an evergreen still.
3 damage leak over. And what do you know? 2 red pummels.
Yeah,
I called it.
So he went back. Just to...
Yeah, because damage hasn't been calculated. He still has the option to use Crown of Seeds.
So it's at 5 versus 12. He still has 2 left. He can actually...
So here's the thing. This would now be this is all 3 red pummels too.
Mhm.
So we've seen all the gas from Oldham so far.
We've seen the red pummels. We've seen him pitch blue. Have we seen a yellow pummel yet?
We have not seen a yellow pummel. No.
So this would be 7. It would put him to 6, which is a huge danger zone. But he does still have his equipment for subsequent rounds.
Yeah, and it looks like he'll be taking that.
So I think this is the second cycle with the Pestle Eisenloft. Oh, no, maybe not. Nope, just an evergreen. Here you go, friend. Actually, no. I think that card in his hand is the Pulse of Eisenloft.
You think by now it's there?
I mean, there's nothing wrong coming in with an evergreen here when he has almost no equipment left, no arsenal for Crown of Seeds, right? This is...
Well, do you remember what his first rounds were? His first round was Pitch a Flash.
Yep.
And hiding behind that was the Evergreen and Eisenloft, and I thought the Breaking Ground.
So we're at second cycle.
I believe we're at second cycle.
If that is the pulse, then we most certainly are.
Yeah. Actually, I guess that gets kind of funny, right? Because didn't he pitched a flash there? If he had the Eisenloft, he would have technically held the flash and pitched the break round. So maybe we're not at second cycle.
We're close either way.
That could have just been the third flash. But this is a big juicy evergreen.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimate just how much damage these cards can do, even when they're not Starvo fused. 7 damage raw. It may cost 3 resources, but this one gets recycled because it came from Arsenal. And when you have 24 life, or even 6 life, it adds up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is going to be a big card he blocked there, actually. That's a big game ender for him, right? That's the dominate when fused elemental attack. I don't remember what it's called, but
Glacial Footsteps?
Glacial Footsteps, yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that's big when you've already run out your Okins and your Endless Winters.
Yeah, here we see those blue icy encounters that we're used to seeing. This one just coming in for 4. On hit, creates a Frostbite.
No, it might be a pummel again. There's a
It
there's
could,
It
in a
could.
one.
it could
that
be.
blue
It
pummel.
could be a blue pummel. Yep.
So a 5 block here with the ability to Crown of Seeds would probably be the thing. If you have a 3 block in hand, you throw a 3 block in the Crater Fist. And then if you see the blue pummel, you get the Crown of Seed and stop it. There could be yellow pummels that exist as well, but I'd like to just give benefit of the doubt with that just not being there.
It would be tough to have not seen one yet.
Yeah.
All right, looks like Cody may have selected his card.
Creator Fist, Creator Fist, Creator Fist.
Winter's Grasp,
Like that.
Rampart. So coming in with 4 right now. Blue Pummel's still for 2.
Yeah. If he didn't have defense reactions, he wouldn't be checking. I mean, if he didn't have pummel, he wouldn't be checking.
Mm-hmm. And we see a
Man.
yellow pummel now.
Oh, I was getting blown out no matter what happened anyways.
Yeah, it was a yellow one.
And what does Cody have in response? He has
Oh.
a staunch response.
That was the worst.
Such a big
That's
defense reaction to blow on a blue icy encounter.
Icy Hammer. Oh.
Yeah, it's,
Can we see how many cards they have in deck remaining?
yeah. So Cody has 36 and Easton has 37. So they're both pretty on par. No one looks like they're getting fatigued before this game ends.
Yep.
No, but I think we're going to be on second cycle here.
Yes.
Yeah, we are seeing Glacial Footsteps coming in 4/8 non-fused.
We see the other blue pitched too, and so there's 2 at the bottom of the deck, and there's this one coming in.
Yeah, Cody really has to decide. Is this going to be the turnaround turn? I think we've seen all of his red staunch responses for sure. 2 or 3 of his sink belows.
I think there's a world here. You pitch a blue, right? You crown, Crater Fist, Shield, and boots. Depending on what the hand looks like.
Yeah. It gets a little wonky because it's going to be based on what his setups were. And I know he had a crippling on a close setup. He had an evergreen. He is a Pulse of Eisenloft, like when he hit second cycle. He may be having to think like what was the bottom parts of what was going to happen.
There still is there's an Oakenold running around too, that we don't know where it's at in the deck.
That was way later.
No, he pitched one and used one, but we haven't seen the third.
Right,
Is what I
it
mean.
was after the crippling.
Oh, we did see the third one?
Oh, ours? On our side?
Yeah, ours, yeah.
Not sure. I know he's pitched one. I thought he had through 2, but I may be off.
All right, well, we got the crown, we got the shield. Will Cody be defending with any more equipment here? This is 8 damage in. And it looks like if he drops that Crater Fist, it won't be lethal. Really depends on the quality of those 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, if he's choosing not to use the boots here, I think the reason is it'll give him access to a 3 block later because Crater Fist can be used later with it, even though he has the resource right now. And he has enough blues to always be capable of getting to that stage, I think. So
Yeah,
let's do it this way. He'll take 2, go to 4. And then he might be capable of punching Teal in the face. Teal tries to throw out a big dominate, and it becomes a battle of do you have the defense react or not?
and it's going to come down to is he running the Turn Timbers right and the other ones, because we've seen a lot of the staunches.
We have also seen a lot of those pitched. I remember one turn
Yep,
not too long ago with 2 yellows.
He does it all, decides to keep his life. Figure there's probably not a big on hit that he has to worry about. Whereas he might be wrong about his resource consumption later. Which could definitely happen if he draws like yellows.
All right, well, here we see that fuse we were predicting. Is it, there's that Pulse of Eisenloft,
Yep.
which means that he almost certainly has a Crippling Crush.
It should be an evergreen here. I guess it probably would be crippling. Because I'm trying to remember if we saw the other lightning surge. Yep.
Yep,
It's crippling.
there is the Crippling Crush.
Green did exist, but I think his goal here is just to get the cards out of his hand, and then he'll be on second cycle. So if he gets chip in here, or like a sizable chip, because you have to get at least 4, right? Then it's gonna put him down to at least 16, dunk his hand, and then he has to decide whether to Arsenal or try to go in with the hammer. Hammer would auto get blocked by Crater Fist just to put him at 1 at worst case scenario. So then he'd be on a heavy back foot. But seeing as we're on second cycle here, it's gonna be interesting no matter what. Unless he can fully block out this crippling.
Yeah, without equipment, probably have to be a defense reaction, right?
It'd have to be a red staunch because a blue one doesn't cut it. But he could do what? Double pitch for a yellow and then Earth React would get him to high enough.
Mm-hmm.
Double pitch for a blue, I think, gets high enough as well. It would get to 8, and then you can Earth React to get to 10.
Yeah, this is the potential super pivotal turnaround, because if that Crush effect hits...
He's going to tank all of it.
Wow.
All right, Cody choosing to random it up. Don't let any sense of choice matter here.
What is he hoping for? To keep one of the pummels?
Well, that Terra Sunder certainly would have been nice to keep.
Maybe that could have been it too, yeah.
At this point, I think with Oldham, you want anything that has Dominate, right?
I think his goal here was for the Icy Hammer.
Is that worth that much life?
It theoretically shouldn't do anything on the second cycle.
Right.
Let's say he blocks with Crater Fist, goes to 1.
He can be threatening lethal now the rest of the game.
Correct, but it was just more that when he goes to play a 3-cost attack, he could first try to do the Tunic, pitch a blue for that, go to 2 resources, go back to 3 resources, play the Earth attack for 9, and then Arsenal or go Hammer based on what's going on. But yeah, being at 7 is not a good spot.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
There's definitely an element of risk that happens when you're playing these Guardian games and you reach a low life total.
Yep, I think we're gonna see it.
We're gonna see the block with Crater go to 1.
Potentially. Block Crater go to 1 lets him swing for 9 and then the Hammer and Arsenal card.
Which then sets him up for the future very nicely.
Correct.
And he won't even have to use his Tunic counter for that. He'd be in a
Indeed.
good spot. I mean, we've been watching all game, but I'm not that good of a player. The question is, did he successfully pitch, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, he did take the risk. He's down to 1 life. And he will be fusing.
You could see this happening before. Oh.
Well, let's
So
hope
it's-
that 4th card is
He did
Oakenold.
exactly as debated. And Oakenold would be busted here.
yeah, no, but it's just the blue Evergreen coming in for a 7 Dominate.
Still big, though, because he's going to be able to follow up with the Icy Hammer. Another one of the blue pummels, so there's one more of those probably floating somewhere.
Yeah, he hasn't cast one though, and I think he's on second cycle, so that could
Oh, maybe that's the first one he pitched.
could even be
I'd probably be way better this game if I was good at keeping track of that.
CJ, don't reveal your skills to the world. Your game is up in just a few hours.
Well, most of the decks I play don't care.
It's okay. A lot of stuff's really just a foreshadowing. So like once he went to 4, you would pretty much know that the Crater Fist was gonna try to set up to do all the things and put him to 1 if the ice comes in, or the yeah, pretty much the hammer in general. And then the tunic lined up nice. What happened on the back crack is that even if a frostbite comes, because of the tunic counter will be up, he has the ability to do the same thing. The question is how much damage he takes here. Like he can't really go to 1 here.
Well, we know one of the cards in hand right now, right? We know it's an ice card. It's a blue icy encounter, I believe.
How do we know?
Yeah, that's what
Wow,
Cody
for the-
revealed with the Starfo
For
reveal.
the reveal.
Oh, you're talking about Cody. No, yeah, Cody's just coming
I'm
with
talking about Cody. Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
no.
know. He could have another. I mean, we don't know what the second card is.
like an additional 7 or something.
Maybe.
The thing is, the what 7 would it would have been? It would have to have been a like a regular elemental card, and I think you would have just thrown that as your first attack. You would have just been, here's my 9.
Yeah.
And then here's my ice, and I'm gonna arsenal this evergreen.
Or you baiting the D-React, maybe, but you're probably right.
Well, the 7 and 9, the D-React is gonna be almost no differential.
Yeah.
But you need to threaten to kill. So like if he tried to block with like single card, he'd go so low that the hammer would be capable of threatening.
Wonder what's taking so long here to choose this block. I mean, it's an important block for sure, but
I think he's just trying to determine how much to take and then how much to try to potentially swing back with, right?
right.
Because so you have 7 coming in, he has 1 block, so we have 6 coming in left over. We know there's 6 and 4, so there's 10 total coming. Let's just count regular. So there's 11 total coming, and he has a 1 block there. So we get a pulse here with the crown, blocks it completely, and now an ice or earth reaction or what attack, pretty much an ice block because there's no more earth block, would block this by itself. So if he has the grasp, Winter's Grasp, it would block it completely by itself. He does not. He is short, but he gives up the tunic.
Yeah, and
The
that was
interesting
just
thing
before the
here-
tunic was going to go off, too.
Yeah, well, he's doing that in order to stop the frost, but he could have taken the 1 and then just done the tunic to do whatever he's doing and kept it for a later block. We're definitely going to see Crown of Seeds, Rampart, whatever, unless there's an 0-4 defense reaction floating around somewhere.
The nice thing is having the 1 block here on Tunic too.
Mm-hmm. Technically, it's largely unnecessary though. But yes, if he had a 3 block and he didn't want to get rid of a card, he could throw that in front with the tunic. But he's so low on those, it seems pretty unlikely. So like he could keep a rainbow hand if the other card is a regular blue, but this might actually be the Oakenold hand.
Which is still powerful with lower cards too, even if you don't get Starvo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, an Oakenold fused without the Bravo is more powerful than a non-fused Oakenold with the Bravo.
For sure.
Because it has that on hit. All right, and we are seeing the Oakenold block.
He didn't want to do that, but I think he chose to just to guarantee the casino.
Which is probably more important here.
Yeah, so here we are going to see a red break ground for 9 dominate, followed by likely the Icy Hammer.
It's a big deal.
And we'll see if Oldham over here is drawing any more of those staunches.
What was the ice card revealed?
It happened so
believe
fast.
I think it was the icy encounter.
That's what
the
I
blue
think as
one.
well.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think if the top of his deck is the pulse, the yellow pulse.
Candlehold.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
This is definitely safer play damage wise. An ice react here stops the hammer from coming in though. He also chose not to draw the card off of break ground. Because you could essentially crown when you play break ground, so you get to put that on the bottom and draw.
To help combat the ice react.
Because then if he ices, you could decide to put a card up and then just arsenal. This is fine, but there's the potential where that arsenal card is actually like a defense reaction.
Could be a defense reaction, or it could just be an attack that's bigger than that icy hammer. Though I think, unless it's pretty much guaranteed the win, you want to have that card for crown.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of the zero cost elemental attacks, right, from Cody.
Are you referring to like Entwined Lightning, or did you mean like the lightning?
Yeah, like anything beyond the blue lightning surge.
No, we haven't seen those in flashes and stuff.
Yeah.
He might have pitched a in Winter's fight earlier.
I mean, even a blue lightning surge here isn't terrible, right? That's not a bad follow up if he does get ice react.
Yeah, we'll see how Oldham chooses to block. Double checking over the graveyard. Probably seeing evidence if Cody's been running pummels or anything.
That'd be a good point.
Yeah, we haven't seen any yet, so
We haven't seen them, but they could have been concealed.
if that would be some master play if he had done that for sure.
I mean, that's the thing with the Crown of Seeds. I feel like when you're running Starvo and you have pummels, you really want to save them until the low life situation. So you do try whenever possible to keep them hidden under the deck so your opponent doesn't know if you're running them or not.
Dead silence. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, actually, on my stream, I have some of that royalty-free jazz playing in the background, so hopefully that's making it not as awkward for the viewers.
I don't know. I think if I was listening to jazz, that would make it even more awkward. Because I just think like those old songs. They're like do 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 do. You're just like, yeah, am I supposed to be making love or watching a card game? I don't understand.
Well, some of us play Fab like that, right?
All right, well,
That's the blue staunch.
yeah, a lot of cards out of hand, and the Icy Hammer
No-
coming in.
Interesting here. I mean, he must not have an ice card in hand, right? You would have assumed an icy Oldham react, right? Could have prevented that whole hammer swing.
Well, we didn't
Indeed.
see an ice card there. It looks like he was debating Arsenal or Hammer right now.
Yeah.
Or
we're gonna see
maybe Cody stopped him.
Cody needs the goods. I'm expecting a Pulse of the Candlehold to get revealed.
All right, well, we do have the
There it
Bravo
is.
Fuse, and we do not show the Pulse of Candlehold, but we do have a nice red Evergreen right there.
Big Donkey Evergreen.
Oh, but that doesn't
Oaken!
matter.
Oh, the Oaken's here.
Because here we
There it
have
is.
it. Oaken Old for 11 dominate.
That likely wraps it up, because even if he somehow blocks this as a 7 coming on the back, this is going to be real
Like
tough.
the Evergreen.
All right, thank you, Steven, for confirming that the jazz does help while you're washing your dishes.
Like you're walking.
All right, let's see if this is going to be enough for Cody to solidify the game, or if there are some more staunch responses there to bring the block total high enough. Could he do it? I think, have we seen all the red staunches?
We've seen all the red and we've seen most of the blue. We saw him pitch 2 yellows. He might be back on those yellows.
All right, so a yellow is going to block for 6, 7, 8, 9 in total. You got 10, 11, 12, 13 if you count the Crown of Seeds, the Rampart, and Oldham's reaction. But I don't know if you get enough resources to pay for all that.
I think either way, it's sneaking through some damage, right? More than likely.
Staunch could do it.
Well, the on-hit is just an on-hit. It's not a crush effect.
It's the... Right, and the follow-up is what's important too, right, Joe? Because he's going to follow back up with the 7.
Well, correct. So it would take 2 cards here to get a staunch to grow. And then an additional card for the Earth React. So then he should just be dead to the 7 after.
Right.
Unless it was like a 0-for-4 defense reaction.
Yeah, we know
We
he's
haven't
got
seen
that
either.
Evergreen.
But he could have them.
And he did block with Eisenloft, so he's not going to be able to do the dual react.
Correct. Yep, that has been used. And we have not seen Term Timbers or Fate Foreseen Sink Belows.
Can victory be snatched from the claws of defeat? I'm a big fan of defeat being snatched from the claws of victory.
Like, that's just people making mistakes right there.
That's the game.
Oh, yep, it looks like that is the full hand reveal.
It got 2 staunch, but it didn't matter.
No, is the blue one.
Yeah, it would have got to 8, 10, and then he would have took damage.
Yeah, but
And
there,
here's the
there's
thing:
the yellow
we
one.
did talk about all game, Joe. I know. You said he took the grasp the victory from the grasp of defeat or whatever, but really, we knew this end cycle was coming, right? Like,
Oh, that's not what I meant. No, I that wasn't here applied here. I meant in general. You know when people have the win, but then they snatch,
and they throw it away. Yeah,
they snatch the. I'm taking this loss like it's my job.
I'm not like an Oldham player, but I don't think Tealwater played incorrectly there. I think it's just this is the power of Starvo, right? Of just the inevitability of those last 3 turns.
I think the way he played was fine. Referring to any of that, I just meant in general. I like the snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
All right, well now we are at 1-1 between the Hyperloops and the Hometown TCG Ascent. We've got 3 more games to go, and we're only about an hour behind.
Only an hour.
Only an hour, yeah.
All right, so our next game is going to be J-Mags, whose name I will not try and pronounce, against John Wood. I think I'll probably have to find a new Discord room for that. Yep.
Always.
Well, the good news of this winning there, if J-Mag wins and then you win, Joe, I can just go to bed, right?
No, you got to play all 5.
You should play for the sake of it, but yes, there's no pressure, so you could just
Sleep while I'm playing.
I feel like blocking.
Ugh.
I throw things for days. It's like, but you're Oldham, you can't throw much. Shush! I throw things for days. Here's a 10. Here's a 10.
What was interesting in that matchup, we saw Oldham do all the things Starvo wants to be doing, just with less power, right? It was the same. It was big attacks, but without the dominate.
Yeah, he was taking advantage of the fact that his single cards are bigger, right?
Yep.
And every time Cody wanted to swing, he had to take damage, like big chunks of it. The problem is that I think there was one round where he ended up with just the hammer, right? And then he whatever.
It was a nod. He had a pitch a blue Macho Grande for it too. It was non-Frosty Hammer. Yeah, that was definitely where the game turned around. But you say it was a problem. He used a lot of those resources though, because he had already played all 3 Okins, 2 of the Glacial Footsteps, 3 of the Endless Winters.
All right, I'm trying to join up that next room. Let me send it to you, CJ and Joe, so you can get in too.
I can just do this. Do you want to just stream it again, Joe? So I can just
Yeah, that's fine.
not mess up and click buttons.
And now we get to watch me try and line the mats up. There we go. All right, so we're going to have J-Mags on the right and John Wood coming in to the room whenever he does. This game was originally scheduled for 7:30. It is now almost 8:30 in U.S. Eastern Time.
We knew this was going to happen in general. Though they needed like a solid 45 minutes between stuff, but it's like, okay. Your grand hope is that you sit down and it's like Chain versus Briar, and it's like, oh great, that was a 10-minute game. We got a lot of time back. Like, but what happened? Oh, we had Oldhim versus Starvo. Oh, that was like an hour? Ugh.
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't do a great job of coordinating, let's be clear.
Scheduling 30-minute games when it's 50-minute is the average round time. And these aren't even timed games either.
To be fair, it was like Bolton was blocking versus Dash, and then Starvo and Oldhim. So it's like, ugh. But
All
Bolton could have been fast if he tried to punch him in the face. Just didn't.
That could have been a race, for sure.
All right, well, I'm just going to step away, refill my water. I will be right back. And hopefully by the time I am, they're just about starting.
Yep. Oh, what was us? What was this? Oh, wood needs to become red.
Yep. Obviously, we know a lot about J-Mag from his time in Destiny, and then also he's had some success in this game. What do we know about Wood over here? Anything?
Not again. Not like this.
No way. Oh my god. All right, you know what? Yeah.
I'm waiting for this first mess up to happen where he so I can switch to red.
What will happen if he doesn't?
When he draws cards, it'll get all jacked up. Red doesn't have a white doesn't have a hand, I think.
All right.
Or sorry, white's hand might be on like the edge or something stupid. It I don't know if I should just go over there and make sure to say it.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be important for sure, but he could still be setting up.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I come back and we have another Starvo against Oldhim match, huh?
Yeah, sure do. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, well, we've got time. At least this is early and not starting at like 11 p.m.
Well, some of us would have liked it to start at 11 while the other of us were asleep, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Those things pop on the screen. And that guy literally can't search without that stuff. So like they ignore this. I'm yelling at people.
Well, how are they ignoring it? That's the real question.
I don't know.
All right, so you guys both going to Jersey?
I sadly am not, but timing just didn't work out for me. But I know Joe is.
Can you become red? Jesus Christ. Oh, I didn't know you weren't going.
Joe is preoccupied.
I'm here. I'm not preoccupied. I'm losing my mind.
You are preoccupied with the color of John in TTS.
They're already going to ruin my life and play this stupid match before me, but they're gonna. Hopefully it doesn't add to JMag's hand. I know it screws up sometimes.
What?
No,
Oh,
okay.
wow.
It's just
Yeah, but it's gonna be risky all game long. That's the thing. Yep, there it is already.
Yep, I tried to tell them.
You did. Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Joe, if only you had said something.
All right, well,
Oh, look at
spoilers.
his
He's
hand,
running
too.
Cripply
It's
Crush.
bad. He opened with Rainbow Cripply.
No,
Rough.
that's 2 ices.
Oh, was it? Okay.
That's a channel like
yes,
Frigid
it
and
has
the
to.
Icy Encounter.
Yeah.
I'm also hoping COMG doesn't say purple, because then he can't mouse over cards. He turned gray last time. You wrote it for me.
I did write it for you. I figured you had enough over there.
They ignored you enough times already. Who won the dice roll? I missed that.
I don't even know.
I don't know who won, but it looks like J-Mags will be going first with that counter on his tunic.
They don't even have life.
Well, they don't need life.
Oh, he
it's
didn't
not-
have the blue, or that would have came and dominate. Oh man.
Yeah, well, 10 damage. A nice way to start the game.
That is a JMag special.
Yeah, he does like his Glacial Footsteps.
He does. He loves them.
I mean, we saw how powerful the blue was in the last matchup, and this, I would imagine we're going to see the blues as well with the red here.
God damn
Yeah.
it.
J-Mags is a very practiced Oldham player. He ended up getting top 8 at the Calling in Orlando with Oldham, running tunic.
Full block goes to 38.
That's crazy.
38 in the form of 42.
Yeah. And loses any ability to set up there.
Yeah, well, we
Do
do
we know
see
who
3 break grounds, 1 of each color.
But we saw how important the pitch stacking was in the last matchup. So losing all 4 of those cards off the bat could play a pretty big part here.
Do we know where they're streaming?
I would guess the Hometown TCG YouTube channel. They could also just be streaming to their Discord and recording. Because I think they were going to have, more fancy editing than I do.
They've been, I don't remember his name, but the guy who runs the YouTube channel has been doing commentary after the fact for the games
Got you.
on the channel.
They are live.
Support quality from
Did you just pull up their stream?
I did, but it's subscriber mode, and I hate them so much.
All
And
right,
I gotta
well,
sign in.
over here, it looks like we see a channel like Frigid on the Starvo side.
We did.
You guys commentate. I'm gonna go yell at people.
All
That's
right,
a-
have
that's a-
fun, Joe.
I wonder how impactful that even is in this matchup. I mean, we didn't see it played at all on either side in the previous game.
Yeah, we're seeing a yellow glacial blocked with over there and another one pitched. Looks like he's
Yeah,
probably
but-
running 9 of those.
Yep. And we're going to the next turn. He still has 3 cards in hand, so see if that channel like does anything here.
Yeah. Channel Lake, much powerful into the aggressive games, especially if you're up against a Runeblade. Against an Oldhim, who's usually playing maybe one thing on his turn. I don't know, though it does it does affect defense reactions at least.
Yep, for sure. I mean, it definitely serves a purpose. It just seems early, and obviously with still 3 cards in hand, we're able to pitch twice, still come in with the Frosty Hammer, and have a card to arsenal. Or even be threatening the pummel, right? No, not with Channel. We can't, actually. So maybe that would matter then.
Yeah. Let's see if this game is going to go similar to the last one, or if things are going to switch it up. We're definitely seeing a different deck on the Oldham side, or a different composition. Coming in right now with Icy Hammer, lots of Glacial Footsteps with the Dominate going away. And I think even a Dominate Macho Grande pitch there, so this seems to be a very Dominate-focused Oldham.
Which is, I mean, a good call in this matchup. We saw Dominate was definitely the difference maker in the last one, for sure.
Oh. We never saw Frigid in the other one, right?
No, that's what we were just saying. It's interesting that he played it out. It didn't do no impact yet. Could have prevented a pummel maybe here, but
Yeah, Channel Lake Frigid. A card, I would say probably, well, all the channels except for the Lightning one are very powerful.
it's a blue ice card that blocks for 3, right? That's pretty good.
Yeah, and it has an effect that makes Runeblades cry. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, it's definitely powerful in the aggro matchups for sure.
I want to see some big attack, and then a double blue pitched red staunch just stop it through the Channel Lake Frigid.
Then it would have been completely pointless. But we're just gonna see a hammer. It looks like it is Frosty though.
Yeah, Icy Hammer to Icy Hammer. And this is the Guardian matchup we have come to know and love over the past 4 hours.
I think he takes this here.
Yeah, especially if he's got a follow up, for sure.
Like, he could technically pitch a blue to Crown of Seeds and pay the 1 left over for the Rampart. Because it's a...
Yeah, that looks like he might be doing.
All right, looks like he is doing the full block.
Yeah, but that's a yellow pummel, right?
Yeah, it is a
Yes.
yellow pummel pitched.
So he can't really do anything with the extra resource.
No, yeah, not with the Channel Lake still out.
Yeah. So he must have wanted to really keep that Crown of... the card instead of Crown of Seeding. To filter out. So let's see what it is.
Yep. I mean, he's got the Tunic counter. The Channel Lake's gone. Still can be a powerful turn.
So powerful, but it's just another hammer. This one not so icy.
Interesting.
What the... What was worth this?
Maybe it's a D-react.
Not that. I mean, what was worth not blocking with the card?
Oh, that I'm not sure. Well, I mean, he gets to keep it, I guess. I don't know. He's still preventing all the damage, right?
Yeah. Well, it's so like, all right, right? If the card in his hand is a blue,
Mhm.
he could have chosen to take 4 there, give up Tunic counter, and throw a Cranial for 8 or Glacial for 8.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like, just take the damage and come in.
So then, it's arguably fine where he's trying to not take any damage so that he can take damage later for a big round.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, when that thing came out, I was so confused. I was like, is he throwing that? What?
Is he playing that right now? Yeah, no. Just
Yeah,
the reveal.
just the reveal. This will be our first one of this match. And an Oakenold.
Big Daddy Oki.
I like
Yeah,
how
but
he's
I-
just flipped it up. He's not even playing it. He's just like, by the way, this is here.
Just
Start
revealing
thinking.
This is coming.
Oh, is that a yellow? Heaven?
No,
it's a
this is
blue.
a Blue Heavens.
So why did he Tunic? Does this guy not play Starbucks?
Did he think it was a Frosty Hammer? It wasn't a Frosty Hammer, but did he take a Frostbite for it?
No.
I didn't see the Frostbite
That's-
token move.
Yeah, because that's the only thing I could think of, right?
I think we're gonna see a blue pitch and a double pummel or something stupid here. Not the opponent stupid, like just like silly. But then like he doesn't have the one resource floating either. He just has
No.
2 dice back there, and I don't know.
No, because we know what's in his. He doesn't have it because he.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, actually, no, we don't know what 2 of the
He
cards
never
are.
has enough to
You're
pick
right.
for the-
Yeah.
All right, well, it looks like J-Mags is blocking not with any cards from hand right now. And then showing up the turn timber at the end. So that's going to be 8,
And the
9,
defense
10,
and the old
11,
Wait, back in
12.
there. Get out of the pitch zone. That was your reveal from your hand. Put it back.
Well, I think he's quick doing the
He
old
put
ability.
it in the pitch zone for the Oldham react
oh.
after. Yeah, but that's actually only a yellow turn timber. So that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Which is enough.
Yep, that was that. I mean, that was effective. He's still going to be able to arsenal here.
Damn shortcuts.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the shortcuts with how long the last match was.
Yes. Mag is used to playing this for super.
Oh,
long.
for sure. He's played mostly this, I would imagine, right? Or at least mostly Guardian.
Yeah, he so when Oldham had his breaking out, with Michael Hamilton winning, J-Mag was the other Oldham in top 8 at the Orlando Calling. It was just like, oh,
And
Yeah.
he typically runs different lists too. They're
Yeah.
not. They're normally a little bit more aggressive.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
during
funny
the
to look at.
early Starvo meta, he was running the Channel Mount Heroic build, which Andrew ended up taking to a ProQuest win.
Wounding blow, friggin' wounding blow.
Did play Wounding Blow.
All right, well, we got another Bravo fuse. We've got Flash pitched, and we have a second Oaken Old. And this one will be fused as well, so that's another 13 Dominate and Go again. With the on-hit active. I feel like if you're the Oldham player, you're almost glad to see these showing up early when you have the life total that you can spare.
It is a big difference from the last matchup. We saw a lot more tempo on the Oldham side early. Seems like we switched a little bit here.
Yeah, and we do have a staunch response that's going to prevent.
Is it blue?
Yeah, so we got 5 from the staunch response, another 4 from Sink Below,
2 from
and
the
it
Oldham
looks like
ability.
2. So 5, 4, and 2. If I do my math, that is another 11 fully blocking it. I'd say it's impressive, but that's basically what Oldham does. He blocks.
That is true. It is important to say, so far watching the pitch stacking, it's been a lot different than the last one from the Starvo side.
Yeah, well, the Starvo has been going very aggressive, I would say, up front. 2 fused Oakenolds, getting rid of now that Pulse card to throw in that Breakground. Not normally, sometimes they would hold on to that.
Yeah, and one of the Oakenolds was from Arsenal, right? So which could have been seeded down. So just interesting take so far.
Yeah, on the Oldham side. Is this card in his arsenal that's face down
No,
here?
no, he's putting it down while he's thinking.
Okay.
Or I think he might have passed, and then if the opponent decides he's not going to Crown of Seas, then he'll put in the arsenal. He did it before as well. it's funny because it's a very respectful way of saying I'm done with my round.
It is respectful, yeah.
But at the same time, like, F that noise. I'm just putting it in my arsenal. Oh man, that was a crazy fumble for it, but it worked.
You know, you see some very elegant things happening on TTS with people putting cards on the bottom. I feel like we've had a lot in the Hyperloops testing of people picking up cards as they drag their mouse across. I don't know how they do it.
Oh, you're talking about Quinn? He was actually doing a lesson on how to do that earlier. You missed it.
I did miss it. I was probably working.
Yeah, he was picking up additional cards, so then they were all stuck together, but they weren't like stuck under each other. And then he showed how to drop the bottom card of the deck. It was interesting to say the least. There was stuff I hadn't known, and I've been playing with TTS for like 4 years.
Wow.
So,
All right, well, Bravo over here doesn't have the fuse, just coming in with a normal Icy Whale.
that is sad.
That is really sad. That was a 5-card hand, wasn't it?
Yeah. Now, we don't know the composition of the Bravo deck right now. It used to be that you'd see a lot of them running very high element counts, not too much else. So far, we haven't seen a lot of those other Guardian attacks that aren't elemental based in this, but we have seen him pitch some defense reactions or use them.
Yeah, we saw Entangles from Cody, and then we stopped seeing them.
Oh, that's because he used them all.
Fair. But like we saw them right at the beginning.
I think Entangle was pretty powerful, actually. It seemed that way.
Yeah, with the loss of Awakening after the bans, we're certainly not going to see as much Pulverize anymore.
Oh man, Earth and Ice Ray.
Oh, that's a big one.
Big if he tries to pummel. But I think he passed already, so now it's just like, what do you want on top, what do you want on the bottom? The card on top's coming back anyways. He just did this to block 2 damage. Pummel? Oh, so he's just going to give up the last card. Okay.
Interesting.
It does frost him. But Tunic's back at 3. It just doesn't matter.
No.
The man refuses to take damage, though. To be fair, I don't know what he would have done anyways. On his event. Okay. Like a Glacial for 10 or something.
Yeah, well, we're seeing J-Mags take that Frostbite.
Yeah.
John is putting that card on top.
That's a lot of resources to not do a lot of things, though.
Alright, I'm calling Glacial for 10 here. Let's go.
I mean, Glit, that'd be pretty out.
Never mind.
All right, well, you call Glacial for 10.
What we got?
What you got is Hammer for 4.
Throwing the Frostbite back the other way.
Yeah, the Oldham Starvo matchup. Certainly not the fastest one. At least we haven't seen any Rune Blades yet in this series, so hopefully the games following this are going to be a bit faster. Maybe someone runs a Kano. You never know.
My match with Azalea will take a while.
Yes. When I was advertising the stream on my Twitter, so I mentioned that because everyone has to use a different hero, they're likely to see their favorite show up. And one of my followers mentioned that he's looking forward to that Azalea match.
Well, he should have watched last week.
I'm sure he did. Yeah, very interesting, the difference in focus between last week when both teams knew they were going to make it to the finals and tonight when, winner takes all. Fortunately, neither of these teams are at risk of relegating down into the lower division based on the results. It's just one team wins and the other doesn't.
It's called pride.
Yeah, and hey, I took a lot of effort last week being my Katsu deck just to get demolished by that Starvo. So
That was
there's
pride.
effort.
But he took a lot of effort, but he also had no idea what was going on in the match.
No
You're like,
clue.
yeah, I got these even biggers, and it's like, yeah, you can't do that. Like,
Yeah, this would have been good, maybe. No, it's bad. I learned a valuable lesson that day, Joe.
Katsu doesn't get to Kodachi.
Don't get to do any of the fun stuff.
He gets to cry. That's it.
All right. Well, we see John burning his tunic to get that hammer in without.
Is this signal another pummel?
It's warm though.
It's a warm hammer. 2 cards. Well, a pummel is the only thing I can think of. Why?
My guess is that he has a pulse that he wants to hold on to potentially fuse next turn when he has more juice.
Yep.
That could be it for sure.
There was no sink below down here. No sinking.
No, so
Playing
J-Mags
it.
likes his
Nope,
hand.
interesting.
Yeah. All right. 10 dominate? No.
Oh, we see a
there's
Tome of
Oh,
Harvest.
we can still see it, Joe. We
Yeah,
can
this
still
is one
see
of
the
those
10
cards
dominate.
J-Mags has liked to use. Not too many people do, but those who have used it praise its effectiveness.
I always thought the card was really interesting in Briar if you have like an expensive Briar version. Because it lets you filter through and can also set up so that you can keep like Mount Heroic longer.
It also sets up a Icy Hammer, apparently.
Well, he apparently is just setting up for the second cycle because he kept no
Yep.
part of that Okanold.
Nope.
This is second cycle is definitely a J-Mag special. He loves second cycle so much. I wouldn't be surprised if we somehow see like Okanold into like more of them into like Glacial Dominates into just big dominating attacks once he hits a second cycle.
Yeah, he's just Starvo now.
Kind of, yeah. But well, because this is the way he played when he made that top cut. He was just in the Briar format. He was just playing second cycle. He was just blocking out and setting up, and then he's just like, "Rah, rah, rah." He's like, I try to set up like triple Oakenolds. So like he could get to a point where he's setting up Oakenolds and then Soar thing after to like reset up more Oakenolds.
Yeah, there's definitely something beneficial for being patient in this game. You see so many people who are saying, I'm going to play a blockout game, and then they don't really block out. They just be a little bit more aggressive than they should, and it costs them.
I would bet $5 that Arsenal card is Earth.
I think you are most likely right based on that pitch there.
Yeah, and he'll pitch an ice card for it if he can.
Ooh, we pitched a red pummel? Yeah, okay.
Well, when
Just
you're
for
swinging
chat.
in with the hammer, the pummel's not that worthwhile right now.
Yeah. He gave up arsenaling, is what he's saying.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
whatever he's arsenaling, he felt was better.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be another pummel, or it could be something even better.
Could be a boat. Hmm. Ah, there goes the ice. Okay.
All right.
I mean, that's big.
He said no arsenal for you.
Yeah, he got punished hard, I think. Unless it was another red in hand. But if that was anything other red, I don't
He's
know.
a sorcerer. He does that. Okay.
Yeah, so if you're John, you're basically saying, oh, hammer's on the bottom. If only we had Quinn to teach him how to take it out.
He's like, how do I get it? It's like
Stuck
just
forever. Flip the deck. Oh, maybe he knew the trick. Oh, he did.
it. Haha.
It went on top. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. That wasn't as impressive.
Oh no, because if you could touch it and draw bottom cards, people would just cheat, man.
Oh, man. But you're cheating in TTS. I think you got other problems in your life.
I don't know, man. This is the
I don't
competitive
think it
team
is
league.
cheating. Cheating is cards, and as we all saw by the
In Taiwan.
the sleight of hand, he's not that old blind guy.
Oh, yeah, that old blind guy. If I was playing against him, I would just forfeit. Too strong.
Yes. So for any of you guys wondering, there's an old blind guy that seems like he's the best mechanic that exists, and mechanic does not mean he works on your car. So think of it like card cheating or stacking and manipulation. They're called mechanics. For any of you that watched Rounders back in the day, you should know.
Joe, do you have the link to that video you want to put in the description or in the comments on the YouTube stream?
Yeah, why not? Let's go find it. Somewhere in my general chat.
if for some reason all of you viewers think that the Guardian matchup isn't exciting enough.
Yeah, you can watch old dude show you how to cheat. Where's this thing at?
Well, he doesn't even show you how to do it. He just does it. He does it at a level that shouldn't be humanly possible.
He showed you how you should learn to do it. This is how you don't get caught. Watch this.
I don't know. When I play, I just try to not do that and not risk anything.
It's okay. You cheat by accident. It's fine.
Yeah, and he's blind, so he's not really risking too much. You're gonna call him off and being a cheater? He's already blind.
Well, that's where it gets more interesting, right? Is like, how did he know? Is it only because he opened up the new deck so it was exactly the way it was and he tracked all the cards at all times?
That's a great point. I don't know.
That's savage.
Or they're braille cards.
Cards. The bumps.
No, I imagine those exist, don't they?
They do.
I don't know.
He's using a pulsive candle hold to find a channel like Frigid. You can't do that.
He's telling him right now. He's like, no.
Okay.
That'd be too good. That'd be too good. Hold on.
Here you go. Andy, I'm not watching your thing, so actually I don't know if those will do it. This might.
Yep.
They should bring you straight to the link.
All right. Well, I will copy and paste that in. So here's what Joe was talking about. All of you watching on YouTube. All right, and we see Oakenold going to the bottom. That is Oakenold number 3.
So we put an Evergreen and an Oakenold on top. Is that right with the pulse?
I think so. And J-Mag's throwing over a turn timber. Pitching some red stuff.
He's
Those
playing for
two-
that second cycle.
Those will be very spicy later on.
I don't know if that was second cycle as much as he needed to fix his hand.
Yeah, well,
That's true.
if he's preparing to block out potentially a fused Oakenold next turn, that turn timber might have been useful.
I think he already has one.
You think that the set card is a defense reaction?
Yeah. I actually think it's specifically a turn timber.
All right, we've got Ricky in the YouTube comments schooling us all on how TTS works.
What'd he say?
He says you hold left click on your deck, hold Alt, and then click on the right click. Shake a bit, might be needed. That would drop the bottom card.
Yeah, I know how to do it. I could have told you.
You know how to do it. I don't, and I'm sure that many of the viewers didn't either. So thank you, Ricky.
Yes.
And Joe,
when
you
you're-
talked about knowing, but you got to tell the people.
No. They gotta find the ways. If you hold the card and you're going over other ones, you can like right click and it'll attach it to it.
Yeah, if you want Joe to teach you something, you just got to play him and then make it awkward and, make it feel like you're struggling, and then he'll eventually show you just out of his own anger of the situation.
It's so accurate.
Not the goodness of his heart, the frustration at watching you mess
Yeah,
up.
it's the pure frustration.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why
like,
he's commenting on the stream, because he saw how sad I was not finding anyone else who wanted to co-comment today.
Yeah, it was literally just that. It was only to assist.
Everyone else practicing for Jersey.
Everyone else resting. I'm sitting here.
But you had to wait for your game anyway at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, but I have to watch Oldham versus Starvo. This is paint dry.
Twice.
It's okay, I guarantee you, the next 2 games, no Oldhams, no Starvos.
That is true.
I guarantee.
Either that or we're going to have to get some league admins in here.
Could be Dash versus OG Bravo.
No, Dash was in the first match.
No, like we could
Other
be playing
teams.
Dash.
OG Bravo. I just don't see them doing that. They haven't played Chain or Prism yet.
No Room Blades, no Prism. Winter's
I'm happy to
Veil
see
in the
both.
deck again.
I'm happy to see both Guardians gone. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, your Azalea deck will be a bit better off.
Much better off.
Oh, we do see an Entangle over here again, this time from the Oldham
Alright.
side.
Should probably make sure my deck's ready.
Yeah, I heard that's important.
Yeah.
You got another 40 minutes anyway.
Looks like Dan says this is painful to watch. I'll check back in an hour.
Nah, it's half an hour at this point.
Dan, you could have
Yeah.
agreed to do the commentary. Then you'd be here all night.
Evil. Evil. You serve evil.
No,
That's a
if I were evil, I would
interesting
share this in
non-block
my
there.
social channel at work. All my coworkers would be subjected to this.
You gotta be like, what's happening? I don't know. Did.
I did do that though. About 20 minutes ago.
You're a jerk.
So if any of you guys are here, or thank you for watching. I'm sorry this is the slowest of games, even if you don't know what's going on.
Is that a red? Is that red? I believe it's red, right?
That is a red evergreen being blocked by a red turn timber. Fused with that Tome of Harvests.
Help you out.
Steven, my local, says that this rules and that Dan probably doesn't play Guardian. Yeah, Dan is well known for his, I think it was the Pennsylvania Battle Hardened. He ended up getting runner-up with Chain. So not quite a Guardian at the time.
He got 10th at Nationals with Chain as well.
And 10th at Nationals.
Bang.
Oh, the other one.
Wait.
Jeez.
Oh, this is
Fused
a
with
red
the
one.
same
Yeah.
Tome of Harvests.
You're gonna have a.
Now, I was
Warhammer
expecting to
Tome.
see that Tome of Harvest come in, but I guess he thought it was more important to block that Winter's Whale.
How long has this card in the arsenal been in the arsenal?
3 turns.
Don't touch it. You gotta.
Oh, he did it!
Ah!
That's the most exciting thing that's happened all night.
How many hammer losses is a disqualification?
Let's call it 3, though. Make this game exciting.
I say we make it 5. What else is he gonna do? Draw the rest of your hand. Warhammer, rawr. He-Man of the universe.
I was excited to see that Tome of Harvest potentially come in.
I mean, at these life totals, you're okay even with a warm hammer here, right?
Yeah. You just take whatever. Free cards, whatever damage. You're happy with whatever. This is J-Mag.
As the Oldham
Yeah,
player,
J-Max,
you just got to be
right,
patient.
He's waiting. He's just waiting for that second cycle.
This
Yeah.
game's gonna. What this game's gonna boil down to is the number of evergreens that are had.
I hope not. Please.
But Evergreen, very effective in the Guardian Mirror.
Well, I just meant that. So, like, if Starver doesn't have enough evergreens, every time he plays an Earth card, it just goes away. So that's like
Mhm.
problematic.
Yeah, playing it out of Arsenal, potentially recycling. I feel like that's something we learned really early on in our Starvo testing.
Just imagine how many times you can see this matchup in New Jersey, maybe.
You mean how many times people go to time?
Right. Every time.
Yeah, so Joe, what's your prediction on New Jersey? What do you think it seems like the top 4 heroes are likely to be Starvo, Oldham, Prism, and Chain. What do you think the makeout's going to be? How many people use them what?
I don't think we're going to see as much Oldham as you anticipate. I think we'll see an uptick from prior usage, which was like near 0. And we'll see a small decrease in Starvo. And like a decent uptick in Chain. But I think we're gonna see other people try to come out of the woods with stuff, and it's really just gonna be Starvo still punching people in the gut. Yeah, that's my take on stuff showing up. Oh, poor Red Glacial.
I thought we were gonna see those cast.
Nope, no 3 tunic. More hammers. Man just hammers till he dies.
And Tomb of Harmas. That's the third one we've seen.
He's
2
like,
pitched,
maybe
1 cast.
maybe if it's warm, he won't block it.
You just trick him. It'd be great.
When he crown of seeded, what did he pitch?
It was the Okanold.
Okay. The reason I asked was because a blue pitch would have went with the Toma Harvest to block it all without actually giving up a single card, but he must have been stuck on the far too many reds. It's kind of amazing how much information you can get just by like the choices people make.
He is taking it.
Yeah, it's warm. He's like, yeah, this is fine.
All right, yeah.
Electrify.
Ooh, spicy.
Break ground.
Interesting elemental cards so far on this
Yellow.
Starvo.
Yellow break ground coming in for 8. Likely catching another turn timber here.
Yeah, was that worth 4 life? It's interesting.
Oh, you called it.
God, he did.
Turn timber,
I was-
fused.
Jeez, yeah.
This one only for 7, though.
What? No.
It's
Oh,
yellow.
yeah, 7 years. Takes 1. Like, where you're talking about? He could have blocked the extra at the rampart if he chose to.
Yeah, I think he wants to prevent the hammer, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you see, this is literally just for the hammer, so he doesn't get frosty. He wants to swap back with his hammer and not give up tunic, apparently.
If I'm J-Mags, I love coming in with my limp hammers for 4 every time.
Limp hammer.
I mean, he's done probably 12 damage of non-frosty hammers.
I think the funniest thing about that is that if Starvo was playing with a bunch of 2-cost defense reactions, because it just kept being hammer, it's like, oh, I don't want to use 2 cards to block this.
Oh.
Yeah, Winter's Will is just such an efficient card, though.
I mean, we have seen the Sink Belows from J-Mag too, which, I mean, that's going to be powerful later on to block those hammers too. Single card.
Bam. Block. No problems.
He must like what's in his arsenal.
It's got to be either, what, the 3rd red turn timber? I know he played 2 at the same time, and he might have played one before, or like a staunch or something.
Yeah, I think I would imagine it's a D-React.
And there's the hammer to the bottom again.
God, you gotta move the hammer first, then hit end turn.
I've never done that before. So it's something
I've definitely
special
seen
there. There it is. Limp hammer, Joe.
Always. Warm hammer. J-Mag would be a terrible spokesperson for Dos Equis.
Yeah, he hasn't even ice react that many times this game either.
Yeah. He's awful at saying stay frosty.
Yeah, one of the viewers, Justin, says he immediately recognized your voice, Joe.
I do have a very particular voice. There's like just the correct amount of whine. Like, why? No.
Does make you a great heel in card games for sure.
It's like we hate him. He talks too much shit and he sounds awful. Blink.
Ooh, a blink.
There it is.
Oh, this is the reveal.
That's
Yeah.
a reveal.
So that blink is not being played, but it looks like break ground.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be an Okano by the way you left those cards
Yeah,
out.
because he didn't pull the ice back.
No, he's just like, I'm gonna put this.
I was excited for a minute, like something's happening.
No. That was an evergreen though, right?
Yes. Yep.
Red turn timber, staunchy.
Yeah, I
Yellow
mean, pitch the blue to play the yellow. Love it.
staunch.
You love to see it.
Yellow staunch.
There it is. He couldn't throw it fast enough.
If there's one thing J-Mags does, it's he plays Oldhim quickly and deliberately. Most of the
Yeah,
time
just
waiting
put
for
it-
decisions has been on the Starvo side over here.
You gotta if you don't want to go time. I mean, J-Mag does play it in the big tournaments. We talked about it.
Yeah.
This hammer will literally go to the end.
Every time. Will he take it again? Just out of habit.
On the next episode of Babby Palsy.
We're at like 16 damage from limp hammers so far.
All right.
When he did that, I
Starvo.
thought we were going to see a defense reaction.
Nope, just the Crown of Seeds.
Ground so far.
He's like, I'll take 2 here. Theoretically, he should have been taking 2 the whole time.
Crown of Seeds has such an interesting art. It's like the crown is eating the person, but apparently it's defending them.
Yep.
I think it's more of hugging.
Is that a
As in,
fish? Is there a fish there?
No, that's the earth, I think. That's a seed in like.
Yeah, that kind of looks like a fish.
This is
Oh, you're
how
talking about the
exciting
art?
this game is going. We're commenting on
Look at-
art.
Look at right above the eye over there.
Nope.
On the actual crown.
Oh,
Could just be a piece of wood or something.
I thought that was his ear.
to be fair, it's probably a dryad and like some sproutling.
All right, so we're seeing a crippling pitched. I mean, so setting up something for later. But I don't know if you're getting that deep in the deck. Maybe. I think we're already in second cycle, aren't we?
Well, this game has been going on long enough for sure.
All right.
Crown of Seeds on both sides.
Just putting that crippling in the bottom. I don't know if we're going to see that again. I mean, I could be wrong.
No, we likely don't see that again.
Yeah, so it's an interesting pitch.
All right. Big Donkey Glacials.
I mean, 4-card hand. Here we go. No tunic counter, but he didn't grab hammer right away. Oh, there
No,
it
but we
is.
do see a Glacial Footsteps that is fused.
Oh,
Big
here we
Donkey.
go.
So that's going to be coming in for 9 Dominate.
Oh, is that Polar Blast to put in Arsenal? Maybe he plays that next turn?
He could.
Yeah, that's exciting. Another maybe dominated attack with the draw card.
So, have we seen any big defense reactions from Starvo?
We have not.
Ooh, that's a concern. Oh, is he taking it over?
Oh, he is. Oh, rough.
Going all the way down to 8. He must have a
Wow.
powerful hand set up there.
I mean, even his most powerful, though. I don't know.
We got the reveal.
Is it just. Hopefully, it's not just that evergreen.
Is there another Okano floating around?
We haven't seen the third one.
Well, he's got 2 in deck now, right? One of them that he pitched and one of them that he brought
Oh, correct.
back.
He put one back. I saw. Yeah, he put one back. Yeah, but that one, I think he would have put back to the bottom, right? Unless he's held it the whole time, because when you drawn it,
Well, the one he put back, he had played. I believe.
it is just
Oh, right, he
coming
did
in with the
play it.
evergreen.
Okay. And have we seen pummels? We have, right?
We have seen pummels. Yep.
All right, and here we have a red staunch response. Evergreen coming in for 9. Thanks to Starvo. And so this will only be blocking 7.
Yep.
That's big with no on hit though. Taking 2 there, you feel pretty good.
Oh, and we see the pulse of Volthaven, giving this next attack +4. So we have an Icy Hammer coming in for 8.
Yep. He needs more cards so that he can block all those things.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's ready to do that too. Like, you're okay blocking out here. You have a huge life advantage.
Yeah, he kind of wants to touch cards though and like force him to continue blocking hammers.
Yeah, so you think he blocks blocks with like 1 card here and maybe it's too early for fist.
It's definitely too early for fist. I think the consideration, yeah.
That's a 2 block, isn't it?
That's a 3 block.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
But
is
it's
3.
still an 8. So it's
3 from Winter's Grasp, and then the 1 damage prevented from the crown. 2 more prevented with the Oldhim fuse, or a defense reaction.
So at least he gets out of it with an arsenal.
Yeah.
You're okay
minimize
with that.
damage.
Yeah. So that's 2 pulses gone too from Starvo, right?
Yes, because he played Candlehold and played Voltamen.
Yeah.
And then Eisenloft got punched and not played, correct?
I believe that's correct. No Starvo reveal here either, which is strange if we are on second cycle. That's rough. Or no, is it still the turn? Never mind. Still in J-Mag's turn.
All right, what will John be doing with these 5 cards? Is he gonna fuse?
Trying to end the game? Probably the answer.
He's taking a long time if he has the fuse.
Yeah, generally speaking, the information is almost going to be irrelevant because you just know what you're pitching, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, no fuse.
this is a weird pummel situation. We're going to see a pummel here.
I think you're probably right.
So the question ends up being is because we're back to Tunic here, J-Mag could definitely tank this.
Mm-hmm. And then come back right back.
Yeah, because if he sees a pummel, then he could decide to play like a defense reaction if he wants. But I think we're going to see a big Glacial again. Potentially a Glacial with a pummel backed up.
Definitely thinking about what to do here.
The first time we've seen him have to really think about it. We're definitely at that stage of the game.
I guess technically he doesn't even need to fuse. He could throw one big one at the beginning to get cards out of hand to get tempo back. So he just decided to raw Earth React. That means he has additional resources he doesn't need.
Yeah. And no follow-up either. No pummel.
So
that's a rough turn for Starvo this late.
Yeah, with all those cards, usually you're expecting much more.
Oh, so we're gonna see the pummel back. That's what it is.
And that's dangerous here for Starvo with this life total, and he needs his hand right now.
And he forgot the Tunic. He's yelling about it.
Yeah. Luckily, it doesn't look like he needed it this turn.
But it might have been nice to use Crown or something.
Or Crown, yeah.
Or a defense reaction on his opponent's turn.
Especially because we're getting to the turns where you want to be using it to block.
Yeah, J-Max has been playing more on his opponent's turns than on his own with these defense reactions. And on his turn, it's just been that hammer.
I think that tells us there's a pummel, too, that how quickly J-Mag went for this.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of excitement.
Pummel into Frosty might mess up this round pretty bad.
Alright, well, we have exactly 4 damage prevented, and as predicted, a yellow pummel coming in. Though that's not going to have the discard on hit, it's just damage and the frostbite.
Yep.
Frostbite's huge.
Yeah, the 3 damage represents any of his big attacks becoming problematic, especially if we're not seeing big defense reactions from Starvo here at all. This frostbite in totality would make it so that the hammer can't make its way back if he reveals here for all three. Even a hammer swing would cost him 2 cards, and it would just look like the other one, where it's just like, oh, okay, I guess we'll back to pummel or whatever. All 3 cards, even if he just wants to throw a 7.
All right, and it looks like it is going to be 2 cards pitched for the pummel. The third card telegraphed as a blue Winter's Grasp, I think.
Not to be undervalued here, having the double pitch too is gonna hurt him trying to hold for casino, right?
Yep. He blocked 2 there with that.
That's rough. For no arsenal out of it too.
Yep, I think
It's a big tempo swing. We might see those dominated attacks we've been talking about right here.
yeah, big glacial here.
All right, well, we do have a
Oh,
Channel
no.
Lake Frigid coming in,
Oh, maybe it's just gonna be that and a Frosty Boy.
What the heck?
followed by the
Yeah.
Ice Hammer. This late in game,
I mean-
Channel Lake Frigid can be very effective.
This is where you want the channel, right?
In general, yeah. Because in theory,
Arguably.
this is when the Starvo player has set up their second cycle. They should be fusing pretty much every turn.
The thing though is that like they don't have to do like anything with it.
Right.
They can just block with that and block with a card.
Not having a card in arsenal here, though, coupled with that, going into the next turn, he's not going to have a very good turn. It would be
Um,
tough to have a good turn.
He went to
And he
3.
took it. Yeah,
The taking it's definitely the hardest part.
right, because now it's 2 to do anything, including that tunic. His tunic does
The,
nothing
the
here.
tunic you'll just never do.
Right.
All right,
So
we
he
got
does
the-
have Starvo.
Yep, that's for everything. That is a large concern. It's a 13. It's a big boy.
It is a big boy, but no hammer follow-up.
Yeah.
And again, having to pitch all your elemental cards there, it's a big deal. Oh, and the staunch.
And a
And
Timber.
the timber.
But that's not going to be
Wow.
fused, so blocking for 5 plus 6, 11. Enough to prevent the crush effect, at least.
Yeah, it's still big. It's a big block.
We're not going to see a big attack back, though. We're just going to see... Oh, now J-Mag did it. But he did it in the worst kind of way. Should-
All right, so what's the chance that that card is on top of the deck versus on the bottom? It's on the bottom, right?
Not necessarily. There's some weird shit. So it's going to be on top.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that was the blue staunch he pitched before.
Yeah.
All right, looks like the player's confident enough over there. Did J-Mags miss his tunic trigger there?
Yeah, but it's irrelevant. Not. It's pretty irrelevant. You're not getting a 3 on it by the time this is over.
By the time this is over, this whole
Now you can
tonight's
be
stream was
very
supposed to
wrong.
be over.
I know.
Yeah, we were estimating the last game starting at 9. It is currently 9:30, and there will be 2 games after this.
80 people.
Glad I made a big dinner.
There is a big deal here with the channel still being out there. He's not going to be able to use the boots and the Crater Fist, right? With the
No,
shield.
the boots is a not a activated
Oh,
ability.
that's
It's
right,
a
the
triggered
boots.
ability.
But just the shield will cost more.
Nope,
Yeah.
nope, because the shield
No,
is
the shield
also
doesn't
a
have to
triggered.
be-
It
Crown
says
Seed.
you may pay a resource.
To
It's
give it
not,
the plus. Okay,
Yeah, it's not a resource followed by a colon, which would make it an activated ability.
that makes sense. I mean, we're in a big spot here. J-Mag 15 health. He can take whatever happens here, especially if it's a warm hammer.
Warm hammer, fight back.
Warm hammer, you take it and just come back. I mean, I don't know what his hand is, but this could be trouble.
Big shout out to all 6 viewers who have stuck it out through this game. Out of the 64 so far who have watched tonight, you are the ones who have either decided to wait it out or you really like those Guardians.
We have seen a combined probably 20 some odd damage of warm hammers, so. Interesting.
Well, that escalated. Ice react, put that card back on top.
I mean, kudos to J-Mag for his patience.
Well, this is what you get when you play untimed games.
Yeah.
In any tournament setting.
Now I was wrong about the tunic not mattering.
Yeah.
It certainly mattered.
And that is not the Pulse of Ice and Loft in hand.
Oh. I'm assuming he wasn't capable of dominating it here.
No, because he pitched a Staunch and an Ice card. So, I mean, that's probably not an Earth card then.
Yeah.
All right, so those of you playing Starvo or Oldham in Jersey, this is what you'll expect. Long games.
Going to time.
Going to time. Yep. For sure.
So don't play Oldham. Play Prism instead.
Prism also goes long.
Oh, got a bit of a ping spike for J-Mags. Hopefully that's resolved.
Yeah, nothing's happened yet, so it's fine. We're gonna see the feet here, right? I guess if he has a defense reaction, it's fine.
Yeah, there's no on-hit effect right
Nah,
now.
the feet's got to be coming. Is that a blue? I can't tell what he pitched over there.
Yeah, that's a blue Lightning Surge and pitch, and then a blue Evergreen blocking.
Yeah. Like the legs have to be here because like you just wouldn't do it unless you had a defense reaction.
Right. The value is here. You have the resource.
Why just make you more? You block for 2. Like
Yeah. Well, yeah. You're right. There's not a better situation that's coming.
Like he could have kept the feet, removed tunic.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yep, there we see
Ugh.
the Ironhide legs and that other Evergreen coming into block.
All those warm hammers he took started to really matter.
Yep. He was losing evergreens, man.
Yep. Yeah.
That
Supposed
seems
to
to
be
be...
MVP. Oh, he didn't.
He held it just long enough.
Oh, and just the arsenal. So we're going in J-Mag. 5 cards in hand. What would be a tunic counter if he had not missed it?
It's okay. You don't need that when you throw Glacial Dominator.
Here it is.
10. Is it fused?
No fused. Just big Glacialies. This is a
No.
pummel.
It's just 10.
It could be pummel.
This is a pummel.
We have not seen any of the pummels. We've seen one.
Like that's really big. Yep. Darn.
I mean, these glacials have been the MVP of the game so far.
He's got to get that tight side of the wood.
Go
He
home,
can-
Go home, Starvo. You're drunk.
You definitely do it from the side, but he had it off the ledge. There's like a tiny little ledge you have to hit. Alright, so there's 8 damage left on it, plus this pummel.
You think it's a red?
I think he draw up to 3 cards of the pummel. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game's gone long enough. I do not remember the pitch stack.
Oh, rough. There goes
Oh.
all his
all
everything.
bad.
Yeah, that's all of Starvo's juices.
Yeah, that's
And
game.
there's a red pummel. Is that going to go over enough?
That's exactly enough to kill him.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there we have game 3. Joe, you probably want to step out and prepare for your match.
In a second.
Yeah, you got to win so I can go to bed, Joe. Remember.
CJ, I'm pretty sure you're still playing your game regardless.
I know. Just joking. I'll still be playing.
You have hopes. I gotta load my team.
All right, yep. So that's going to be a win for J-Mags over John Wood, bringing the record to 2 games for the Hyperloops to 1 game for Hometown TCG Ascent. A very exciting
what's funny?
way to end it.
I sat there trying to load TTS, and I was just like, I was already in there, and I forgot.
Oh. All right, well, I'm going to
Okay.
leave this room. Joe, let me know when you get yours.
Chris, you saw the thing, right? Let's see. I guess it's relevant.
All right, so that was very nice. In the matches between Starvo and Oldhim, we have the Hyperloops winning both of those. Starvo beating Oldhim with Cody Williams piloting it, and Oldhim beating Starvo with J-Megs piloting it. Both very long games. We were expecting to be done right about now. Instead, we have 2 games left. Let's hope these go a bit faster. Oh, crap.
Sucker.
Oh man, yeah, that's not a usual password.
All right, well, we got both players in, and we've got me and CJ in. That's good.
Yep, let me just make myself gray.
All right, so the Hyperloops now have the advantage. 2 games left. If either one of them they win, they will be the second. They will be the champion of the competitive team league for their 2nd season in a row. If Hometown TCG Ascent wants to win, they have to pull out the next 2 wins. Let's see. Hopefully, the players are able to load up their decks and reveal their heroes, so we can see what they'll be doing.
I'm just gonna grab some water before we start.
Oh, definitely worthwhile. Oh, wow. All right, viewers, it looks like today we have a prism mirror. That's going to be fun. Prism, Sculptor of Arclight. I am told that the mirror match between Prism is a pain to play, so I do not envy these people at all, these players. Fortunately, I am on the commentating side, and I'm pretty sure the only viewer right now is me in another tab. Unless the loops are still streaming. Or my analytics are just showing me the wrong numbers.
Oh, so we got a mirror match.
Yeah, it's a prism mirror. definitely. If we're talking about games that tend to be a bit slower and last a bit longer, here is another one.
It could. It depends. I mean, we've seen some interesting Prism builds from the Hyperloops team over the course of this tournament.
Yeah.
So I guess it depends on what Joe decided to do.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. Before the bans, you would see a lot of these 27 aura prism builds, using all of the yellow auras, all of the blue auras, really building up that board state and slowly dominating their opponents that way. After the bans, I've actually seen quite a different variety. In the competitive team league, for example, we've seen a lot more Herald-focused builds. And one thing that I'm pretty sure, you can call me out if I'm wrong, but Heralds do not pop Phantasm. So if these players are playing a more aggressive way, then this might actually be a very exciting and fast game. Otherwise, there is that risk of another slogfest.
Yep, yeah, for sure. If we're talking both aura builds against each other, this could be a long game. But if we are talking one of them going more aggressive, it could go much quicker than we expect.
Yeah, so in the matchup between the aggressive prism and the aura prism, the advantage is on the aggressive one, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I obviously haven't playtested a lot, but you have to imagine being able to come in with all those big attacks. Because Prism, at the end of the day, they can't block very effectively, right? You see that sometimes you have a more defensive strategy. However, they have a lot of cards that don't block at all, right? Or some that block for 2.
Yeah, all of those yellow auras don't block for anything. The blue auras block for 2. You do have Phantasmal Footsteps, which is useful.
Yep.
But not as useful, I would say, as the Rampart of the Ram's Head, just because you don't have Cryonic Seeds to pair it with.
Yep, yeah, and it doesn't go up in value as the chain breaks either. So, like, interesting things that are going to happen for sure. But, I mean, we're speculating a lot because we don't even know exactly which build Joe is going to be using.
We don't know what build Joe's going to be using, and we don't know what build John is going to be using. This is going to be our third John of the series over here against Joe. So we got John Siadak, maybe? I can't do names, we all learned that. Against Joe Colin from the Hyperloops. Joe on the right, honestly sarcastic. All right, and it looks like over on the Loops Discord, whoever was streaming the stream decided to stop. I guess everyone got bored or decided to go home, eat some food, go to sleep, hang out with their loved ones. For all this.
Yeah, do anything that's not watch 5-hour games in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Even at its most grindy, I don't think this matchup will be as bad as the last 2 we watched, as far as how long it will take, though.
Nope. All right, so we see the equipment reveal. It is now, in my time zone, 9:39 Eastern. Over here, we have a Crown of Reflection on John's side. This is an interesting card. I feel like I haven't seen it too often. I think people tend to prefer the Arknight Skullcap.
Yeah, and I could be wrong here, but I think with that equipment slot, especially with the arms that we see here, I do believe he's probably on the more aura-focused build. Whereas Joe looks like he may be on that Herald build he's shown off before. But, here's what we talked about. With Prism not being able to block effectively, Joe's more than happy to come in with a big Herald, even on turn 0.
Yeah, we have a Herald of Protection red here. Herald of Protection is such a important Herald, I would say. It may not be as efficient damage-wise as the War Tune, but being able to generate that Spectral Shield token, if it hits, is just so useful.
Yep, it's big.
And Phantasmal Footsteps, normally not allowed to block against attacks that have 6 or more power unless it goes away, but because this is an illusionist attack, John can use Phantasmal Footsteps to block without regard for the power of the opponent's attack action. And we see that Soul Shield over there going straight to Soul. Prism building up Soul. Let's her get those Spectral Shield tokens. Soul Shield Probably one of my favorite defense reactions, just because of how it's basically useful twice every time you play it.
Yeah, but I think Joe's happy though to get that out that early on a turn that's almost meaningless, right? Getting that used this early is pretty big.
Yeah, John could have just blocked with his whole hand and saved that for his arsenal after his turn.
But that's the thing. If he could have, right? We don't know.
That's true.
But here we're trading heralds.
Yeah, here we have a War-Tune Herald in yellow coming in. 6 for 1. Pretty good. I love the art on this. That big sword. Just showing up, like, cleaving through that rock or cliff or whatever.
Yeah, Prism does have some crazy looking art for sure. Oh, there we go with the Command and Conquer block, though.
Yeah, popping that aura with the Command and Conquer.
Joe's trying to tell him that he popped it.
Yeah, but I guess the amount of resources, he had 1 to pay for footsteps.
Oh, he did. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, so here we have Herald of Erudition. Joe hates the way I pronounce this, but it's nobody's name, so I don't care. And this one, Dominate. If it hits, you get to draw 2 cards. But it is only coming in for 5, so conceivably you can block with a 2-block equipment. Though Joe doesn't have any 2-block, you'd have to use 2 of them. Oh, but he has a second
He
Command
used
and Conquer
another.
to pop it with.
Wow, that is very powerful indeed.
Yeah, normally the thing that is Prism's downfall in the mirror is that she doesn't have enough cards to pop her opponent's heralds. I don't know what Joe's running. We've seen 2 Command and Conquers here, potentially a lucky draw. Celestial Cataclysm is another one that you tend to see in the mirror match. And we see now Joe bringing in his War-Tune Herald, popped by John's Command and Conquer.
All right, well, we're gonna be trading blows. It seems. Seems like we're on 2 Herald-focused builds so far, based on the cards we've seen.
Yeah, we saw John pitch, I think, earlier, one of those blue auras, but if I'm correct, it was...
It's the one that buffs the attacks anyway, right?
Yeah, I always forget its name.
Gives it +2, I believe.
Right.
The first one you use each turn.
Here we have Miraging Metamorph. This is, in my mind, one of the most powerful cards coming out of Everfest. If you do have auras out and your opponent pops them, you can copy one. And right now, John has 2 resources floating, so I think he could activate Prism's ability in response to that copy, and then copy that Spectral Shield to get 2 of them.
Yep. Yeah, I think that would be the play for sure.
Yeah, this card is basically 7 damage, or another weapon for the enemy. And Joe, it looks like, will be Sink Below. Just a reaction for 4.
I'll run over his hand too. Oh, no, he's actually just using the sink blow.
Choosing to sink something. Alright, viewers are back up, so I guess everyone realized that once the Guardian matches were over, this was getting exciting again. Thank you all for coming back.
And I think they were right.
Yeah, this game definitely more action-packed than the previous. Not to say anything bad about those Guardian plays. Those are some excellent games.
Excellent games, just definitely more grindy, for sure. So interesting, no follow-up here. Just goes right from the arsenal.
Yeah, it could have been one of those auras that costs more than 2 resources to play. Could have been a Phantasmaclasm. Or it could just be a defense reaction. Joe coming in now with a blue War-Tune Herald.
Blue with go again, right?
Yep, go again, because that's a yellow Herald of Triumph. A lot of speculation before the bans that Luminaris was going to be one of those cards hit. Personally, I think Luminaris is just so integral to Prism that they wouldn't get rid of it, unlike what happened to Bloodsheath Skeleton, where it wasn't necessarily Viscerai's only option. I mean, Luminaris is even in the artwork for Prism, right above her hand. Oh, and here we do have... Yeah, Celestial Cataclysm popping that Herald of Erudition.
Yeah, I mean, he's lucky. I mean, that shows why he led with the defense reaction. I almost thought that might have been a misplay, but not if you're going to follow it up with a big attack like that.
Yeah, and here we have a Haze Binding. Haze Binding is, in my experience, in the Pro Quests where I was playing as a Starvo, this is like the must-kill aura number 2. First was Genesis, number 2 is Haze Binding. Because once you have that out, it's just so easy to continue to generate Spectral Shields. Let's see how Joe decides to prioritize attacking that as the Prism player. We have a red Wartune Herald coming in, this one going at John's face.
Yeah, with go again, so I'm sure there's going to be a follow-up, as long as it doesn't get popped, of course. But
yeah.
Interesting, we've seen both Soul Shields, too, already from the opposing Prism.
Oh, and we see a big block over here, really trying to prevent that from going into Soul.
Yeah, that was I mean, use the Tunic counter and everything.
Yeah, chances are one of those cards that John has left is an aura that he'll be able to play pretty cheap, probably.
So I imagine Joe's thinking here if he pops the aura or what his next attack is going to be. He's trying to figure that out, it looks like.
Yeah, that's the question, and I think that's the question a lot of people face when they're up against Prism. They say, oh, look, he blocked with all these cards. Maybe I can get some real damage to the face. Maybe it's a Herald that goes to Soul, something with an on-hit effect. Right here, what do we have? A Herald of Triumph, and it looks like he's not targeting that at the Haze Binding.
Yep, just go in face with it. Still yellow in the pitch zone.
Yeah, 2 resources up, and Joe does have a card in his arsenal, so if I'm Joe, maybe I'm thinking this Herald of Triumph can hit. If it hits, it goes to Soul. If it goes to Soul, I can activate Prism's ability to turn it into a Spectral Shield, and then use that Spectral Shield to kill the aura.
Yep, that would definitely be the most efficient.
And we see Joe mousing over Crown of Reflection. Let's just take a look over here. Basically, you can destroy Crown of Reflection yourself to destroy an aura you control, and swap an aura that you have in your hand onto the field if it costs less. But you can only do it on your turn, so you can't do that in response to Joe trying to kill your own aura. And it looks like John has taken those 5 damage. This is going to Soul. Joe activating Prism's ability. And the Spectral Shield.
I imagine he's going to break the Spectra here.
Yep, coming over to get rid of that Haze Binding.
What is interesting here is with using the crown here in the matchup with instead of Skullcap, I mean, I'm sure I haven't played the matchup. Maybe it is worth it, but losing that 3 health here could come back to bite him.
Yeah, I personally have not found that the Crown of Reflection has been worth replacing the Skullcap when I've seen it, and in the few games of Prism that I've played since it came out.
I think it's definitely a powerful effect for sure, but 3 health when you're both throwing heralds at each other can be a real big deal.
Yeah. On top of its effect, there is the Arcane Barrier that's a consideration.
Well, that is a good point, especially if he thought Joe was on that plan.
Yeah, well, if also a Merciful Retribution comes out, the Arcane Barrier 1 can prevent all of that damage from going through.
Yep.
Not sure how niche that situation is in this matchup. We also have Dreamweavers over on Joe's arms and the Ironhide Gauntlet over on John's. So John is making up a bit of that defense on his arms, though the Dreamweavers also have a little bit of that arcane protection with their Spell Void. Though I'm imagining Joe is probably going to save these Dreamweavers for an instance where he has that Herald of Erudition, and John has already spent his Ironhide Gauntlet, and he wants to just get that in for a super powerful kill move. Yep, or it's right now, and he's coming in with a big old Phantasmaclasm.
Wow. Here we go.
So this is coming in for 9. Joe gets to look at John's hand and basically cycle a card out for later. What does Joe not want to see, either blocking or next turn? I think at the speed of this,
heralds.
Yeah, at the speed of this matchup, getting rid of the Herald of Erudition is something where you don't want to have to deal with that if you don't have to, unless maybe Joe's last card over there is something that he knows can pop it. The Wartune Herald, of course, 6 for 1, very efficient. And these Pierce Realities, these boost the power of the first illusionist attack action card coming in.
Yep, definitely a powerful piece to have in the playing field for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Joe did select the Herald of Erudition. And that's a card that's always been expensive. Like, anybody who's building a Prism deck ever includes 3 of those.
Yeah, there's not another card on top of that deck as scary as that Erudition, I don't think. So
yeah, though Joe is still threatening 9 damage right here with this Phantasmaclasm. And look at that.
Still coming in big.
You've got that figure riding a snake with a spear in one hand, a bow in the other.
Terrifying.
I see what appears to be a unicorn illusion, maybe. And it looks like that's all coming out of some beardy guy's pot in that art. All illusion, of course. Until it deals you that damage.
I mean, interesting, too, that the 2 Pierce Realities, they only block for 2, right? We talked about the Prism and their blocking not being too great. I mean, they got 2 cards in your hand right now that block for 2. Yeah, he's just taking it.
Yeah, a lot of decks. Oh wow, I'm sorry.
What a follow-up.
Yeah, so Fractal Replication, one of my favorite playmats to play with from the Rudy kit here. The art is great, but this is also, it costs 0. It lets you copy an aura that you have, or not an aura, an illusionist attack action card basically, or a defense action card. And here we have another Phantasmaclasm, basically another.
You replace it with a Genesis.
And yeah, getting rid of that Genesis, that's the most important thing. Genesis is just such a killer card. So I would say this turn has been stellar for Joe.
Exactly where he wants to be.
And now John has to think, do I want to take another 9 damage, 18 in one turn?
I was wondering when Joe popped the Dreamweavers if it was worth it, but most certainly with what his hand was it worth playing? Definitely the time to do it.
Yeah, and it's worth noting with the Fractal Replication, if this was one of those more traditional light illusionist auras, or not auras, heralds that go into your soul when it hits, the Fractal wouldn't be able to copy it because it'd be in the soul and not on the combat chain. Fractal only copies stuff on the combat chain.
So and he follows up with his own.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Yep. Inefficient block, I should say. 2 cards for 4, and then follows up with his own.
Yeah, that was a very exciting turn. Certainly more exciting than most of the turns we saw in the last matchup.
I think almost all of them combined.
Yeah, John's still coming back with a Yellow Wartune Herald after all of that.
Yep. Definitely not a terrible follow-up, but I mean there is a pretty big 15 life point difference right now.
Yeah. And this isn't one of those matches where you have those turns that are like you have to pitch stack correctly to get a super good combo. I mean, we just saw the super good combo.
Yeah, Joe just did it.
That's as good a turn as you get, unless you've got a super big board state built up on the auras to go with it. We see that.
Oh, so he had all 3. Wow, he had all 3. So 2.5.
Yeah, the art on Pierce Reality. I know I'm talking about art now, but it's been late. I've been doing this a while today. On the cold foil versions that came in that armory kit, this card just looks so cool. You can't see it now, but just the way they did that cold foil is really nice. Here we have a Herald of Protection coming in from Joe. Go again from the Herald of Triumph. This is a blue 1, 2 for 5, but on hit it will generate a Spectral Shield token and go to Soul, which is potentially another Spectral Shield token in the future.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and 5's a good breakpoint. That's where he wants to be. Yeah, that Pierce Reality making cards, not irrelevant cards, but cards you normally wouldn't want to be playing. Pretty good. Way to start the turn out.
Let's see how John chooses to block.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even maybe that he's thinking about coming back. He may not even have the cards to efficiently block that.
Yeah, and that does, he's taking the damage. It's going to Soul, Spectral Shield token coming in. Joe can attack with this for free, or do something else, save this for later to hit that Pierce Reality.
Yeah, I think that's the play, right? The play here is maybe you have your tunic counter, maybe you come in with another Herald. I mean, I don't know what his hand looks like, but
Yeah. Also,
Or
I
just
missed.
attack with both of them.
Yeah. Did we factor in the +2 from the Pierce Reality into that damage John took?
He should have. It should have been for 5 because it was a
Okay.
base power 3. So yeah, he went 19 to 14.
That's a base
believe.
power of 5.
Are you sure? I thought it was base power 3. The
I've
blue.
got my cursor over it right now. Yeah.
If that's the case, then yeah, they might have missed that. No, maybe they didn't. Maybe he was at 23.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we've got a Herald
Cool.
Protection coming in from John, and Joe popping it with a Command and Conquer. That's Command and Conquer number 3.
Doing work. I mean, he has to use the tunic counter to use the footsteps
Yeah,
here.
use the tunic, activate the footsteps, get that action point back. He didn't even need to get the action point back. I guess if he wants to attack with these, he did, but coming in with the Prismatic Shield, generating 3 Spectral Shield tokens.
Yeah, he might want to start breaking some of this stuff here.
Yeah, coming in with these tokens puts Joe's at risk.
It does. I mean, here's the thing, though. You get some spectral shields here, but no arsenal. Still pretty big life difference.
Yep, and YouTube comments confirm he did go from 22 to 15, so...
Okay. Yeah, he did do it right then.
Yeah, Joe really has to decide how much does he value his board state versus the ability to use those cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, having the spectral shield, that's the big one here. I mean, having access to that can be big, but we're not going to see a follow-up here after these attacks, right? There's no cards in hand or arsenal. Footstep block makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Joe does love his snatches. Gotta love when you see a prison player playing snatch.
Yeah, I think Snatch is actually Joe's favorite card. He uses it in basically every deck he builds. Everyone else says, "Why are you using a Snatch?" Joe says, "Because it's Snatch."
Oh, I'm in Joe's camp there, 100%.
All right, so what's Joe gonna do? He's got another Snatch from Arsenal. Right now, this does not have Go Again. I don't know if there's anything in Joe's deck to give it Go Again, unless he's doing something super cheeky and running a Razor Reflex.
Yeah, he might just be trying to get, to play it. He doesn't. The thing, if he had a card in Soul, could be different. But I think he's just trying to break up some of these spectral shields for free.
Well, even then, Luminaris only gives the Illusionist attacks Go Again.
Oh yeah, that's true. He could also just had a really weak hand. He had both snatches in it, so not great. And a blue card that he had pitched, so not even a way to attack with all his shields.
All right.
Yeah, definitely a turn. Definitely some tempo swing could happen here for sure.
Yeah, Joe at 31, 2 Spectral Shields. John at 14, 2 Spectral Shields. Now you know when someone attacks with the first Spectral Shield, they're going to use Prism's ability. Pitch in a yellow band card. Get the Go Again.
Unless they made a horrible misplay. For sure.
Nope, there we see the Ode to Wrath. We see interesting Banish Zone. John just shoved them all the way down there instead of putting them in the box.
He does still have 2 in Soul too. I mean, that's the one advantage he has at the moment.
Yeah, here we see Shimmers of Silver. Another very nice art on an aura. This one very powerful. The first Illusionist attack, you get to +1 counter on it. Illusionist weapon, I should say, which are these auras. So in general, if you don't get rid of it, it just continues to deal you I can't do the word now. It's too late. More and more damage each turn.
Yep, yeah, it'll accumulate up there for sure.
You all can make fun of me in the comments. Can't remember words, can't do names. I promise I'm more articulate during the day.
I still have to play a match after this, so.
Ah, well, I do not envy you.
Yeah, see if my brain is even working then.
No, I got my one match in for the league, and I won it, so I'm happy.
Yeah, you get to go out on top.
That's the one game I wasn't able to stream that week because my computer cannot do both.
So did Joe pay for footsteps? Is that what had happened there?
You know, I
would
actually,
imagine.
I was looking away. It looks like the Command and Conquer hit the Herald of
believe it.
Protection.
Right. And I wonder if he. I guess he did. That's what it looks like.
Well, he doesn't have any
So-
resources to have paid for it. Because it costs 2. He only has the,
Yeah,
the
he
yellow
would
bar
have
in
to
his
have
pitch
used the
zone.
tunic, yeah, and he hasn't moved that counter. So yeah, I'm unsure exactly what's going on right now.
Could be thinking about it. Could have an instant.
Yeah, he's could be thinking what's going on right now. Yeah, he's got an instant. It looks like.
No? Oh, you know, wait. Yeah, no. Joe realizing something. All right, looks like he did pitch, I guess, Herald of Triumph
To pay.
for the
Yeah,
footsteps.
so he must have been. He must have been the one. Still must have been on that step of thinking if he was going to pay or not.
Yep. I think that was worth it, getting rid of that Shimmers of Silver. Shimmers is one of those cards that just gets more and more dangerous as you leave it alone.
Yeah, definitely a worthwhile play.
And here we have a Merciful Retribution in for John. This basically becomes a target, because if you don't kill it, then when you deal damage and the special shields pop, they will end up dealing you the arcane damage right back.
Yep. The nice thing is Joe going in with a 5-card hand. Hopefully, he gets the ability to get some go again going, pop the shields, and go in to kill the aura to finish his turn.
Yeah, and here he
Narrative
does
Erudition,
have...
that's a big one.
Yep. Let's see if John can pop it. He does have the Ironhide Gauntlet Phantasmal Footsteps that can defend it along with Tunic, which he probably won't be using.
Yep, interesting thing that it would still take a card from hand though. Well, 2 cards from hand, right? One the pitch. Unless he wants to give out the shields too. That's the question, right? Does he want to keep the spectral shields or not? Because right now that's the only advantage he's had, right? Is he has a board state.
Yeah. Interesting. I was just looking. It looks like Crown of Reflection is a destroy ability, and Merciful Retribution just says if the aura or attack action card you control is destroyed. So activating Crown of Reflection would still trigger Merciful Retribution. Put it into soul, deal a damage.
Yeah, which is interesting.
It's interesting. I don't know if it matters, but I haven't spent too much time looking at that crown.
Yeah, not at these life totals, but it could if it was left out there for sure.
Here we have Coalescence Mirage blocking. This is an illusionist attack, so it's not going to pop it. But these spectral shields are going to prevent the other 2 damage, so that draw card isn't going to occur.
Oh,
But Joe,
and again the follow up.
Yeah, using these fractal replications for great effect. Because it
Very
didn't hit,
powerful.
the Herald of Erudition didn't go to Soul. And because it didn't go to Soul, it's on the combat chain for the fractal replication to replicate fractally.
Yep, we already got to kill 2 of those spectral shields, and we get to come in with the same effect. Very powerful.
Yeah, so this is another 5 dominate. If it hits, Joe gets to draw 2 cards. And it has go again, thanks to Luminaris and that Soul Shield in the pitch zone.
And I mean, being at 14 health, that's not a lot here. I mean, it definitely requires there's going to be some blocking here, no question.
John really trying to think, what's he going to do in this case?
He's in a tough spot, and we're definitely at one of those turns that are really going to change the tempo here.
Yeah, I think at this point, you don't want to give Joe any more cards. You probably block with your Ironhide Gauntlet.
I don't think you can.
And a 3-block card, or the Footsteps and the Gauntlet.
The rough part here, you're at 14 life, and he has 2 cards still in hand. So,
Yep, Footsteps, Gauntlet. That stops 3 damage. You gotta block all 5.
yeah, he's gonna need to at least do 1 more.
Oh, and he's playing the Prismatic
yeah.
Shield to make 3 more Spectral Shields, of which 2 of them will pop, preventing the damage there. 2 of them will remain. Is Merciful Retribution hidden under one of those?
Yeah, I think it's buried. It must be buried under one of those. Yeah, they're looking right now. There it is. They found it.
So that's damage coming back at Joe.
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, at this point with where life's at, I don't think Joe cares that much. I mean, we're talking about a little bit of damage here, but it's not. I wonder what they're talking about here.
I think they're noting that Phantasmaclasm, or that Fractal Replication gets, it gets
both
the
of those.
attack of the Coalescence Mirage, so it's at 6 instead of 5.
Yeah, because it says all attacks.
Yeah,
On
the
the
greatest base power amongst Illusionist attack action cards on the combat chain. Coalescence Barrage is on the combat chain, defending, but it's still on the chain, blocking for 6, or blocking with 6 attack. And then Joe is passing this Mirage onto the board.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta like where you're at right now.
Yeah. John can attack with 1 of his auras. Looks like he is using it to destroy the passing Mirage. That Mirage passed quite quickly.
Sure did. But Joe with 5-card hand again. And a Tunic counter.
Look at us talking about how late it is. I'm sure we got people on the West Coast thinking, late, it's only 7 p.m.
Well, they haven't been watching Guardian Mirrors for the last 3 hours.
No, they're just getting in right now after dinner. They missed all that. They're good.
They're good for them. They can go watch it in 2 times speed later.
Yep. Double time speed, the best speed to watch videos. Actually, I tend to be... double time is like just a bit too fast. I usually go for the 1.75 on YouTube.
Yeah, you'd be fine doing that.
All right, here we have a Miraging Metamorph from Joe. 7 damage. Very effective. No auras on the board now to replicate, but with all those cards in hand, if he has an instant aura in Arsenal, he'd be able to play that, or if he has a blue card and an instant over there. But it looks like that's not popped. That's just defended.
Yep, it's the 3rd Soul Shield.
Yeah. Joe considering whether to attack to face, attack the aura. Looks like he has a Herald of Protection that he's using his Tunic to pay for. This is a yellow one coming in for 6, and it is popped by the Command and Conquer.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little rough, but it does only leave him 1 card left in hand. We're still going to be able to come back probably with a 5-card hand next turn.
Yeah, if Joe just wants to get nickeled and dimed by these auras, he can probably hammer back or herald back for a lot more later.
That is the 2nd Command and Conquer there from the other prison player, I believe, right?
Yeah, that's the 2nd or the 3rd, I think. Also, we got a shout out from the Hometown TCG YouTube channel in our stream. Glad to hear you've been enjoying it.
Yeah, here we see Joe again starting just like he did last turn, coming in strong.
Yeah.
Big Herald.
These high damage heralds
Or
are just
metal.
some of the most efficient cards in the game right now. Especially when you're playing against a hero that doesn't run too many things to pop it. 7 for 1, with the go again because of Luminaris. is just so effective.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, coming in for half the life total. It's a big deal. It looks like he's thinking of taking it.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're thinking there's got to be... Yep. Well, I got 2 soul shields out. I mean, Joe got to love that trade.
Yeah. And he's coming in now for his 3rd erudition. This is bound
There
to
it
get
is.
some cards out of John's hand.
With the spectral shields gone, he's got 2 in soul, so he can make a shield with prism ability. That with the tunic and the footsteps and a card from hand, as I imagine what will happen here. But I think Joe's happy with that. It nets 2 cards from hand. It nets a card from soul.
Yeah. Noticeably, this game, Joe has been very sparse with his cards from soul, running a lot of non-light auras that don't go to soul on hit. Those are the ones that have been hitting. And then the ones that he has been flinging out, just most of those have gotten blocked. Everything but this, I think 2 of them are in soul right now.
Yep, yeah, I think Solanius has understood, right, that it's important to get those off, not allow those to go into soul. So he's done a good job of blocking those to prevent the easy ways to break his auras.
Yeah, and it looks like he is creating more spectral shields, which are going to prevent the last bit of damage from this erudition from hitting.
Yep.
Unless Joe's running something fun like a red pummel. You hear a lot of people joking about the pummel prism. And that's all Joe had.
Yeah, I wonder what that card is in Arsenal. It's been there a little bit now.
Yeah, we're seeing this the same pattern. Generating the spectral shields, attacking with the auras. It seems like a bit more of a hybrid strategy thanks to those those additional spectral shields that he's generating.
Yeah, we definitely evened up the life totals for sure. But, I mean, Joe still has that 5-card hand. But that Arsenal card, I wonder what's stuck down there. It's been a little bit.
Yeah, it's so different watching players who aren't... Ricky, no. Coalescence Mirage is still an illusionist attack. Even though it's not a light attack, it's illusionist, so it doesn't pop Phantasm. Phantasm, it's only if it's a non-illusionist attack with 6 or more power, destroys them. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it's like a Celestial Cataclysm or something that you have to have cards in soul to play, and it was put in there accidentally. Maybe it's
I can't
a defense
imagine
reaction.
Joe would do that. That's probably more than likely. But here we see him just going face. I mean, with the life total being at 9, just forcing big blocks.
Yeah, that Merciful Retribution on the board just... I feel like I would have gotten rid of those a bit earlier.
I think he just wants to do it in an efficient way. He just hasn't had the ability yet.
And this year, this is Herald Rebirth. Not the most popular, but I think they've actually been giving these out in the most recent creator kits. So you might see some extended arts of these showing up. But this one basically lets you put a card with Phantasm from your graveyard on top of your deck. If it hits, potentially refreshing a Herald of Erudition, potentially one of the others.
Yeah, it demands a full block out. That's a big deal because Joe, again, he's going to go back, be able to come back with a 5-card hand and a tunic counter, and only going to take 1 damage for his trouble. It's got to be a defense reaction that is stuck in there. He keeps looking at it when he attacks, wondering if he should just use it so he can clear it out.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a soul shield.
It could be. I don't think we've seen all those from Joe yet.
Which is not the worst thing, right? If he does that, then gets a prism ability, it's not the worst thing in the world to do. But to use it on 1 attack, that's rough.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all we've seen for the last, 3 turns?
Yeah, right now John is presenting Well, he doesn't have any resources to pitch, so it is just
just-
1 damage.
Yeah, he's just been doing 1 damage. But with the damage Joe's been able to threaten here, interesting.
Yeah, and Joe has decided that he likes to keep his life around. I personally would really like to see that Merciful Retribution go away. I think that's been on for far too long. Here we have another Herald of Protection from Joe coming in. I mean, this is basically a must block, and it looks like Celestial Cataclysm will be popping it.
Does have a resource floating and a tunic counter.
He does, but it doesn't have Go Again right now, though I guess he gets an action point from Footsteps if he uses that resource.
Yep.
All right.
It's a big turn here.
Yeah. I always get worried when I don't see the people's mice moving, because I'm thinking it might be my internet or something, but I see their ping refreshing, so
Yeah.
both players just
they're
really
there.
thinking through.
It's a big turn. It's a really important turn right here.
All right. Attack coming in with the Merciful Retribution.
Yep. I mean, Telltale Sign will be pitching a yellow here to use Prism.
Mm-hmm. Oh, pitching
No, that
for an Ode to Wrath. So that could still be a yellow in hand to pitch for Prism. Ode to Wrath over here makes all of these one-shots if they hit 2 damage. And this is the danger with Prism. If you let her develop a big board state like this, the auras compound and can really hurt. This basically turned these 4 auras threatening 4 damage into threatening 8 damage, plus another 2 from the Ode to Wrath, if John gets Go Again.
if he had a yellow, I imagine he would have slammed it down already. Right? That's a pretty big blowout play. Unless Joe's asking him questions here, which...
It looks like he
No,
didn't.
Yep. That's huge. That's rough.
Yeah,
Because you're right. If you had a yellow there, that this turn is a real game changer.
Now, he did
Joe's
have
still
a
coming
yellow
back.
in the form of this Ode to Wrath, but he made the decision to establish the board state. The thing about these auras with Spectra is that when you pop one, it closes the combat chain. The attack does not resolve. You do not get Go Again. You do not collect $200. So really, you can only pop 1 per turn. With 2 of these on the board, Joe has to make a choice. Is he going to pop one? Is he going to pop the other? Even if he attacks to face, it's just damage being dealt that Ode to Wrath doubles. So the arcane damage from the Merciful Retribution on the Spectral Shields popping goes from being 1 to 2. It looks like Joe is still coming in with this Miraging Metamorph. But right now, I would say Joe is in a very risky place.
For sure.
As long as that Merciful Retribution is on the board. John choosing to block this Miraging Metamorph with 2 of his own. I've never seen so many on the board at once.
Yeah, it does pop one of the Spectral Shields here.
Yeah, and this is threatening then 1 arcane damage, which would cause Joe to lose 2 life in total. And Joe is taking it. Combat chain is still open. Joe has 1 resource left, 2 cards in hand, card in arsenal that's been there for a long, long time.
Very long. And he keeps looking at it. I don't know what it is, but...
Yeah, John has done a really good job managing his life total later on in this game with all these auras out there. Looks like Joe has a Herald of Protection. And
that is a big one.
It's going to face. This is only 5, but if it hits, he gets a Spectral Shield.
Yep.
I think the ordering can happen such that the Spectral Shield gained would happen before one of these arcane damages would show up, so that Joe would only lose 2 life there if he decided not to keep the Spectral Shield. Or he takes 4 damage and then attacks the Merciful Retribution with it, ending up at only 1 life.
Which might be the play.
Yeah, Joe doesn't have any way to prevent arcane damage right now, unless he pitches 3 for Arcanite Skullcap.
Right, Skullcap, that's it.
Yeah, and it looks like John blocking 3 to lose both of those Spectral Shields. Oh, you know what? Am I an idiot? No. I don't see Arcane Barrier anywhere.
No, just Skullcap.
Why didn't Joe lose life?
He lost 2. Well, that's a big block here.
Yeah, well, that pops it.
Yep, that's huge. I wonder if there's a bit of a misordering there, or unless that's what he wanted to do. Again, I don't know what that card... He keeps looking at it. It's been in Arsenal for like 5 turns now, feels like.
Mm-hmm. Joe deciding to keep up the pressure. John does have cards in Soul.
We've seen all the one that makes 3 Spectral Shields.
Yes.
We've seen all the Soul Shields.
Yes.
So no big surprises, no huge blowouts here, I don't think.
Yeah, well, there are a few things that could happen. If John has another Merciful Retribution or another Ode to Wrath, he could play those, get a Spectral Shield, take some damage that's not lethal. The Spectral Shield popping would end up doing lethal back in arcane damage.
Yeah, he has the Crown instant too. To blow something up to deal damage, right?
Yeah, but you can only do that during your action phase. That's worth noting.
Oh, okay, yep. I read instant, but you're right, yep.
So in creating the Spectral Shield, the Wartune Herald is basically bringing Joe down to 1 life. In that it's not fully blocked right now. It's only blocked for 6. The Spectral Shield being that 7th. So now Joe is at a point where he really can't take any more damage, or else he dies. We have a Fractal Replication. This is number 3, copying the Wartune Herald. So that's going to be 7. If I'm Joe, I really want this to hit, so it goes in the soul at least. Lets me generate a Spectral Shield. Potentially prevent an arcane that way instead of having to pay, a blue for Skullcap. All right, John choosing to take that damage.
I think, what if his arsenal is... I don't know. I don't know what it could be.
All right, well, we have John on his... the game is going to end really soon. both these players on super low life. John probably has a yellow bar that he's going to pitch to Prism, get another Spectral Shield, attack with all three. Joe has to block with that Spectral Shield on the board, or even with the Crown of Reflection, John could trigger Merciful. There's all sorts of way to have damage potentially leak through here. If I'm Joe right now and I have a blue card in my hand, I'm probably blocking with the Phantasmal Footsteps using the other two resources to get rid of Fractal Replication for a Spectral Shield. Potentially blocking Tunic to keep that Spectral Shield. That's a defense reaction. He's looking at it once more.
Man, I hate it. But there's been opportunities to clear it out, so I don't know. I haven't played Prism enough to know what you don't want in your arsenal for this long, you know? Don't know what it could be.
Yeah. There are only so many cards in the deck, right? If we were counting better, we'd probably know what it is.
That is 100% true, but the game's been pretty back and forth real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It's been exciting for sure.
Yeah, though it is almost 50 minutes in. We are getting to time in this untimed game.
Yeah, my game was only supposed to be 2.5 hours ago.
All right, well, keep this as a reminder for future seasons. If you are planning back-to-back games, give more than half an hour leeway. Unless it's a blitz for some reason. All right, so Joe has weathered this turn. He's got 1 life left. There's a Spectral Shield and a Merciful Retribution out for John. Joe has to find a way to push damage over without dying.
Well, the interesting thing is he is at lower life.
And he's coming in with a red Wartune Herald. Now, as far as sequencing goes, John has to get to a situation where he blocks the Wartune Herald such that the Spectral Shield pops, but he does not take lethal damage, because the damage does occur before the on-hit would. So he has to block for 5 or 6 out of this 7. Right here, he's blocking for 5.
5.
Spectral Shield would absorb one of those damages and come back to Joe. If Joe has a yellow or decides to activate Prism's ability, then by pitching the card in hand, he can prevent that arcane from hitting him. But it would also, that 1 damage going through is going to negate Joe's Skull Cap. So I think John has this set up really well for himself. This upbeat, jazzy French music came on during this pivotal part of the game.
Perfect for this extremely, I'm on the edge of my seat here.
All right, well, Joe did decide to activate Prism's ability. Did he not? Looks like he's... he activated it. He took it away because it went away. So the Spectral Shields are gone. John has 2 cards in hand, 2 auras on the board. Both players at 1 life. If I'm John, I just activate Crown, destroy Merciful Retribution. Oh, no, because Joe does have that 1 more Herald in.
Right.
I didn't see that get to Soul there.
And that's the interesting part here, right? That getting the Soul is pretty big here.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
did attack though with no ability to use Prism right now.
Yeah, Prism Soul is empty. Did we see all 3 of the Spectral Shield cards?
We did.
Prismatic Shield?
I believe so. I believe we did.
Okay. So yeah, I don't see anything, or I don't think there's anything. But Joe does have this blue here, which means that he can get the Spectral Shield if he needs it.
Yep.
Looks like John just
Arsenal
arsenaling.
passed.
Joe gonna activate Prism's ability. I don't know what's with people putting cards next to their banish zone right there.
I don't know.
Both players have done it.
This is a big turn here.
So John seemingly does not have a way to get any last minute defense. Joe playing the Phantasmaclasm, seeing what's in the hand. I don't see anything that can stop Joe from winning, do you?
Not that I'm seeing.
So he just took away the 1 card John has that blocks. He's coming in for 9. Oh man, I thought John had this for sure. But it looks like
I talked about at the beginning of the game, the inability to block on Prism's side. Came to bite him.
Yeah. John can't activate the Crown of Reflection because it's not his action phase.
Yep. No, that's during your action phase.
Oh, it has Arcane Barrier, but that doesn't matter.
Oh, he's using the Arcane Barrier. But...
No, there's no Arcane Barrier to use. Joe's not preventing arcane damage. I think the players are just talking about stuff now.
Oh, maybe they're just talking about their strategy. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, unless there's something that we both missed, this brings
There's no block on this 7, right? Yeah, I'm not going crazy. There's nothing here. There's 3 block.
All right. Well, I think this brings the win to Joe then, which takes the series up to 3-1 for the Hyperloops. This is Andy Modell. I got CJ Monroe over here. CJ is the 5th game, and we're going to be streaming that, hopefully. Looks like, yeah, John picking things up, Joe putting stuff away. I wish one of them would either delete stuff. Yeah, that's over.
Okay, that's a game. That's what I thought. I thought I was going crazy. But
what's in Joe? Show us your arsenal.
Yeah, what is this card?
It's a
Soul Shield. Yep, I knew it was a Soul Shield.
All right, well, I can't spell arsenal, and you all know that now. But all right, thanks for watching this game. We've got 1 more left. I'm gonna head over to the main menu.
Yeah, I'll go make a server.
Wow, so that was very intense.
Jeez. I got the server up. Finals.
No, don't say it. Don't say it.
Oh, don't say the password. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't tell the series or the stream. I'm sure we have all respectable people here, but yeah, just send a message.
Dude.
Hey.
I threw the game at the end, but he didn't know.
Yeah. You have to block with the Phantasmaclasm, right? Or you just block with like any other card and then you attack that with the Phantasmaclasm.
Yeah.
Dude, literally, if he pops the crown as you make the shield, you just die.
Yeah, no. So what it was is in my mind, it was I need to do this and leave 2 so that what ends up happening is my theory was he would crack and then I would do this. And then he didn't do it. So then I was like, I'll make this. And then I was like, oh shit. And he didn't know. And I was like, whoa!
Dude, how did you win that game?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Because I'm a fucking boss.
You were so dead, and then he swung a herald for no reason.
You dirty motherfucker.
Dude, also, he swung the wrong herald. He could have just swung.
Looks like they brought me over into their main chat.
Yo.
Hey, now we're gonna have JMags helping stream CJ's game. If I can find the server. But yeah, that was a great game from Joe. That was a great game you had too, John.
Thank you. Yeah, it was. I love a good
Guardian Mirror.
All right. Let me message you the server.
Sounds good. Do we know what the heroes are going to be for this one?
They are just revealing it now. Looks like we got Alexi as one of them, and the other one is not yet revealed. All right, sending you the server info right now, and ooh, it's Alexi and the Chain.
It's always an interesting matchup. The Lexi is obviously quite disruptive, but Chain just has so much natural power.
Yeah.
I think if it's Ice Lexi is one of those things where it feels like the more matchups a person plays against Ice Lexi, the harder it is for her to win.
Yeah, Ice Lexi, I would say, is best against people who don't know how to play against Ice Lexi. There are some lightning builds, I think, that might actually be more powerful in general.
The one thing is that like most characters can just choose to be patient and block for forever and eventually kill her. But Chain actually has the clock of his blood debt and milling cards, so he has to be more careful about when he uses Husk and his armor blocks to make sure that he can buy his late game turns and actually finish them off. But it'll be an interesting one.
Yeah. Yeah, so here we have CJ Monroe on the right for the Hyperloops against Ian Carrico, maybe, for Hometown TCG Ascent. This is Game 5, but the Hyperloops have already won the series and are going to be the two-time champ of the Flesh and Blood Competitive Team League Division 1. So, very exciting stuff going on, but we will still bring you this last game because we promised 5 games, and we're an hour and a half late, but we will deliver 5 games.
Well, apparently we shouldn't have paired off 2 Prisms against each other and 2 Guardian Mirrors. Turns out those games go forever.
Yeah, well, you can blame the competitive team league organizers for that. We just give them heroes and players, and we don't know what the opponents are going to be playing until we see them flip their heroes. But keep this in mind, all of you who are planning on going to Jersey. I don't know how many of you are going to run Starvo, Oldham, but these are players that against each other can take time, especially given that a more blocky style Starvo has become popular lately, thanks to Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, you got to be familiar with what you're going to block. Once you've played enough Guardian, like the decision of how you're blocking is relatively straightforward and you can play quite quickly.
Yeah, we noted during your game that you didn't, most of the time thinking was spent by the Starvo player. You seem to know your moves by the time you were able to make them.
Yeah, let's just say I've played a lot of Oldham.
Yes.
So we have Lexi going first. A Tunic.
Yeah, so
Lexi's a decent hero to get going. She can set up her arsenal. But I would prefer to go second, so I don't know. Giving your opponent the play at the start of the game is rough.
It is.
I don't know. Do you know who chose?
I think Chain got a 10 on the dice roll. Lexi might have gotten a bit more.
Interesting.
Yeah, as Lexi, usually you get to block out on the opponent's turn, put a card into your arsenal. Right now, she's got the double arsenal, so she'd be set up for more cards, but I don't quite know if that's... maybe she just wanted to keep Chain from soul shackling.
Yeah, I mean, Chain has a great turn 1, usually, because he gets to start his soul shackles going, and he can create a rune chant. And quite often with the mixed damage, he can sneak some damage through if he decides to play his attacks. But even so, just being able to block for free on your first turn and then get the first turn of real tempo is pretty nice. But I'm not an expert in the matchup, so don't take my word for it.
Yeah, I've played very few games against Lexi. There's one local of mine who plays it a lot. But somehow we only get matched up in the finals of our local armories. And half the time it's too late and we stop.
And that's gonna be an immediate 6 block from the Ranger player.
You know, Command and Conquer, when you have 2 cards in Arsenal, that's just... You'd rather get rid of the 2 cards in hand, because at least the cards from Arsenal you can play right away.
Yep. Blocks with 2 yellow sleep darts, it looks like. Which, to be honest, isn't that bad. I'd gladly block with those cards. And the Naked Bolt and Shot. I would bet money that the card in his arsenal is a Lightning Press.
Yeah, either in Arsenal or in hand somewhere. We do see he's using the Bullseye Bracers. This is an indication that he's going to have a lot more Lightning cards. Usually with the Ice Lexi builds, you see a Shock Charmers over there, despite Shock Charmers being electric. And yeah, here, maybe, yeah, we have the Rain Razors, not the Lightning Press, but the same thing basically. Cost 0, it's an instant, and it's going to pump it up, giving that Bolt and Shot the go again.
It also opens up the arsenal if he wants to reload. He chooses not to, so that he can use his Voltaire and get the +1.
Yeah.
Choice comes in for, I believe, 7? That's a yellow?
That's a yellow, so it's 5 with the bonus. Or, oh, I'm sorry, and the Raid Razors. Yeah, 7 in total.
Yeah, another thing about Bullseyes is that it's great, especially if you have that endless arrow turns.
Mm-hmm.
You can have like 3 card hands turn into ridiculous damage if your opponent chooses not to block. Gotta be careful there. Early armor commit here from Chain.
Yeah.
But I guess if you've seen that your opponent isn't really on an ice build, you don't have to be as concerned about when you use your armor.
Yeah, though in general, I feel like I want to save my armor for those pivotal turns in the game. And with Chain, those pivotal turns almost always happen when you have more Soul Shackles.
Right. Yeah, it seems questionable, especially if you still let the Sleep Dart hit. But looks like he's going to have a respectable turn anyways with the non-attack sword. Probably Arsenal his last card. See Lexi take it. The Rune Chant there. Honestly, if Lexi has a decent hand here, I'm feeling pretty happy with how the game's going. 4 of your opponent's armor is down. They still have Husk, but they had to lose a Shackle here.
Yeah, definitely surprising, seeing that they didn't Shackle the second, or at some point.
Well, they got Sleep Darted, so...
oh, that hit, right.
Choosing to give it the armor and not fully blocking seems wrong there.
Yeah, establishing a Shackle early on, I mean, that's an extra card per turn, potentially. So it's a lot different losing a Shackle at the beginning of the game versus losing one at, Shackle 5 or Shackle 6.
Oh, and this is a snapshot build, so if we have the Fuse here, we could be seeing a lot of arrows coming out with this 3-of-a-kind play.
Yeah, and we do have the Fuse with a nice red Lightning Press. So as we were talking about pivotal turns with Chain tending to be later in the game, pivotal turns with Lexi are when you see 3-of-a-kind. Just hands down.
Yeah, definitely. As a Guardian player, I'm basically counting how many 3-of-a-kinds they've played. And once they've played all 3, I feel much better.
Yep. Rain Razors from Everfest is also a card that I think can make turns very effective. The worst, if you're against Alexi, is when you see those both at once.
Indeed.
All right.
It can be hard to string together, though, with the restrictions on 3-of-a-kind, but hopefully the Lexi here has another couple arrows, a card to pitch, and then can set that Lightning Press, get a free go again next turn.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Will Ian block this snapshot? Will he choose not to block, save his block for later?
I don't think you can block snapshot here. You're looking like this is Lightning Lexi. If they have the Lexi specialization, it's going to shock you for a bunch. Choosing to block the early 4 is just such a waste of resources.
Yeah, and it looks like he took all that damage. Now CJ has an Endless Arrow coming in, and this is a card that if you don't block, you will see it again and again. And thanks to Snapshot, you can see it another time this turn even. Yeah, normally the Endless Arrow hit effect is threatening, but with 3 cards left in hand,
I don't think letting it bounce back is that big of a deal, but chooses to get rid of it anyways.
Yeah, I would definitely be more concerned if I didn't see all those other cards. Here we have a Remorseless coming in. Remorseless, every time, it can't be defense reacted, similar to Command and Conquer if it's put up face up, which it was. And then if it hits,
I think
when they play in action, they lose a life, which is especially powerful against Rune Blades.
Yeah, I think you have to take the Endless Arrow there with how many cards are left in your opponent's hand. Lightning Lexi has lots of relevant on-hit effects. You don't want to get hit by even just like another Sleep Dart, right? You can't Shackle again. You're not getting your game plan going. I'm sure you denied a card value, but your opponent already had card value from the 3 of a kind. It's quite often for Lexis to end the turn with extra cards in their hand when they're 3 of a kind like that. But no, he's going to be forced to take the Remorseless, and it's in play.
Yeah, that was a very effective turn for CJ here. Ooh, looks like just a Revel in Runeblood gets shackled away. And a Swarming Gloomveil is going to be coming in for 3 go again.
If you're Lexi here, I think you just take this. Oh, Blizzard.
Well, we are seeing an Ice Blizzard in this lightning-focused build, so a little bit of hybrid action here. What would follow this, though? Yeah, there hasn't been a defense or a non-attack action played, so the sword isn't that powerful. Looks like Ian decided not to pay for the Blizzard, so it's just the 3 damage in from Swarming Gloomveil.
Oh, and there's another Blizzard.
Okay.
That is, you better hope that you have blues in your hand there, Shane. Because you do not get a turn next down.
And here we have a Snatch coming in.
It's pretty much telling your opponent that you either have a couple of Lightning Presses or you're going to Snapdragon this turn. Once again, like, you're forcing your opponent to block early in the round, and then if he's sitting on a good on-hit arrow, he's going to be able to sneak through some damage at the end or force out that Husk.
Yeah, exactly.
I think as the chain player here, you might have to call the bluff and pull out the Snapdragon Scalers. But
right,
no, he chooses to block it out.
We're seeing a 2-card block for 4.
And those are some power cards there. The Belittle and the Revel are no joke.
No.
So being forced to block with them is rough.
Yeah, and it looks like after the Snapdragon Scalers, it's just a Searing Shot coming in. It's going to be for 5 with an on-hit loss of an extra life here. So not as damaging as it could have been. Searing Shot definitely one of the less threatening arrows. And from the Soul Shackles, Ian is getting a hit on that Ghostly Visit. Paying to activate Chain's ability, and bringing in that Ghostly Visit for a 4 with the go again.
Yep, almost certainly going to see the Blizzard come out here with no blocks.
Yep.
Asking the Chain if he wants to commit that card from hand.
And it looks like not. So Chain, while it's still not pushing through too much, he's still getting damage in every turn, and he's building up those Soul Shackles, so his future turns are going to have more oomph to them.
Yeah, I think our Lexi player here needs to find a strong arrow. If they don't force out the Husk this turn, they're in trouble. And even if they do, as long as Chain stays relatively healthy... Oh, an immediate Husk on the first arrow of the turn. I don't know that I would be happy doing that. He must have quite a hand there.
Yeah, and here we see a Remorseless coming in. Looks like that's with the +1. So this is what you want your Husk for. I guess Ian really liked those cards in his hand. Each of which will cost him an extra life to play now. And no hits on those Shackles.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Belittle or Art of War play here. If you're holding a full grip, yep, we see the Art of War come out. It's instant. I don't know if Remorseless is action card.
It does say action card, so Art of War being an instant will not be penalizing.
Banishing that Shadow Verser. Trying to and choosing +1. Probably going to see the Shadow Verser come out first. But this is going to be a lot of damage taken from the Chain's turn. You're looking at him playing at least 3 more cards. He's going to put himself to 9, and then Lexi could potentially have an almost full grip to come back at him.
Yeah, it's action cards, so Minnowism, that's a life, bring him down to 11. Activating some abilities, that's free. Shadow Verser coming in, bringing him down to 10. And that's just going to be a 5-6 go again, thanks to Art of War and Minnowism. 6 that CJ is happy to take.
And you can see that he didn't have another Blood Debt in hand to make use of the go again from Shadow.
Yeah, and he took that enchant as well.
And a Snatch.
This is a Snatch for 6 also. With an on-hit, draw a card, and an on-hit, look at the top to banish.
So realistically, you're looking at 10 more damage from the Chain here. I think I would have risked taking it and just coming back with a full grip. It depends on what Lexi's hand looks like. But you have Bullseye Bracer remaining for that third arrow attack in a round. And you can afford to go to 4 health and swing back at a Chain. Chain's got high enough shackles that if he flips a couple and is forced to take Blood Debt. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that block there. I mean, obviously Snatch is threatening, but regardless.
Yeah, well, we do have a 3 of a kind, so...
Forget everything I just said.
Yeah, now CJ's got 4 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal. He can activate Voltaire twice. Flipping over a Light It Up, not activating any of Lexi's abilities, but freeing up that additional arsenal slot.
It'll be interesting to see which arrows he chooses to come in with. Is Remorseless first. So 5 go again is no joke. You basically have to block this one, but you also basically have to block the Light It Up if it's fused.
Yeah, and
I would not be happy.
Oh wow, look at that. 2 Razor Reflexes and a Shadow Puppetry, all for that Remorseless.
I think this is a game over for the Chain player.
Light It Up coming in now. Just for 4. Doesn't look like it's fused. But it still has the ability, if it deals damage equal to or greater than the number of equipment they control lose and cannot gain activated abilities until the end of the next turn. That's a big consideration on Spellbound Creepers on Grasp of the Arcanite. So let's see what Chain has.
Probably holding a blue in hand, hoping to flip at least 1 Blood Debt card, and unfortunately he just flipped Bounding.
And not only
probably going to be another Blood Debt.
It's the blue Bounding.
Yeah, so he's forced to take 2 Blood Debt this turn.
Did Light It Up hit there, or did he block?
Light It Up hit.
Okay.
So
then...
Yeah, I guess he couldn't Grasp. Probably not worth telling the players.
No. They've made the move past it. This is up to them. Oh, wow.
Oh, and the third and final 3 of a kind. We still have the Bullseye's Bracer, so this is 3 arrows coming in. Chain is 100% dead here.
All right, well, we have a 100% prediction from J-Mags. J-Mags, who won his game after an hour and a half.
But was it really an hour and a half?
No.
I swear.
It was closer to like an hour and a half.
Coming in for 4 here. With that go again built in. We're going to see Bullseye Bracer activated. Yep.
Looks like it. Bullseye Bracer letting him put another
1 more arrow.
Down.
Coming in for 5.
That's going to be game.
This is game.
All right. Well
played.
Thank you for joining me, J-Mags. Thanks, Joe and CJ, for joining me earlier. to the Hyperloops for performing well, and to the hometown TCG team, Ascent, for a great round of the finals. That's going to be 4-1 in the Hyperloops' favor. Very exciting, very long games, some very short games here at the beginning and the end. But we really appreciate, most importantly, all of you who watched, especially those of you who have watched from the beginning all night long. I don't know how many of you there are, but thanks all very much. Please make sure you smash the like button on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it. And hopefully I will have some more content out for you before the next competitive Team League starts. This is Andy Modell, and I'm going to be signing off.